Hello, welcome to the Age of Sigmar World Team Championship 2022 held live in Prague, sponsored by Gamer EU and brought to you by the T Sports Network. Adam, if competitive luging can be a sport.
For what? This can be a sport.
There we go, let's go. Oh my goodness. Okay, we've got an exciting match in round 6 of this World Team Championships. We have an updated scoreboard, so we'll talk about that very quickly so you guys can see what's happening in this event. At the end of round 5, Team England are on 532 points. They are playing against Team Australia on 442 points as they played France in yesterday in round 3.
They did.
They also play Wales in round 4. Now, France are playing against Australia, and this is a situation for fans of France or England. They're the only two teams that can potentially win, and this is how it works. If England get more than 90 points this round, they win the tournament.
They do.
They win the tournament of a possible, like 160. Well, 160.
Oh, sorry, yes.
But yes, it would be capped at 120. France need England to get no points, and then they need to cap out against Team Wales.
Yes.
Okay, Wales and Australia are both battling it out along with Sweden and Denmark for podium places in 2nd and 3rd place.
They are.
So there isn't a clear path to victory for any one team other than, I suppose, England. But England managed to play against Australia in the Ashes and they had an 8-0 win.
Wow.
So I'd be unsurprised if that match, thank you so much, if that team isn't, I'm going to be biased. There we go, carry on. If that team isn't,
so yeah, there's no real clear path to victory except for England, who need 90 points. But Australia could be here for a big upset because they learned from the Ashes, and hopefully they've learned the lessons from there and can apply it to this round and smash England.
However, in this match, we have the United Nations. There we go. Yeah, bucket hats. We love the stats, the United Nations. There are 21 teams, I know what? There are 21 teams playing here at the United Nations. However, in order to make it so it was an equal number of teams, we got a mercenary force together of the United Nations. The French B team, along with some Canadians, and the KO guy, right?
The KO guy.
Right?
He's on a lot of wins.
On a lot of wins. Okay, so we're going to go into the pairing process now. Let's go have a look at that pairing process, shall we? There we go. Adam, can you explain the pairing process to us?
I can. So each team is basically eyeing up to go for the missions. They pair into different missions. Both teams put down a defender to start with. You flip it over. Then the teams put in attackers on that. And you then choose who you want to play your defender in what mission.
UN at the bottom. And then we have Italy at the top. Italy already put in Seraphon.
Just straight away.
Straight away. The big hitters. And then the United Nations.
Kharadron Overlords.
Now, Kharadron Overlords have got 5 victories at the minute and 0 wins. No, yes.
5 victories and 0 losses.
0 losses.
They're looking to fill their 6th win in this matchup, and I'm sure that's why they put them out at defender, to get them a nice, favourable matchup, so they can have a good story.
Now, excitingly, there is a Ronya update. Ronya, who went 5-0 with her Nighthorn in the singles, has also gone 5-0 in the teams. There's 1 round left, and she would become the legendary 11-0 Nighthorn player. Ghost Rider Ronya.
Ghost Rider
Ronya. So I'm looking forward to this a lot. We will be bringing you, via Luke, our infield reporter, updates from other matches around.
Just from Ronya.
From Ronya, from the top tables, from everything else happening. Obviously, those top tables are in some very tense matchups, being very conscious of everyone's mental health today. Big advocates of that on the T Sports Network.
Yes.
Good luck to all of the teams, and I hope they all have a fantastic final round, because this has been a stellar event, Adam.
This has been a stellar event, and everyone's been awesome. I'm having a great time. The teams are having a great time, and we're here to just have some fun, to be honest.
That's it. That's what we're here for. We're here for the fun. It's been an amazing weekend of people becoming friends. I think few rivalries have been created. Other than the police with some of the players. But with the exception of that, it's gone really, really well. Yeah, no, not that. Okay, so they
The
put
missions that we could play. Let's go to the missions that
survival
we
of
could
the
play.
fittest.
So this pairing process, the first one will be going in for survival of the fittest. Now, if you don't know what that mission is, it's the 3 objectives, and there will be predator units, which is probably why you've seen Caradron go in. And we've got Italy put down the Daughters of Cain and Stormcast Eternals going into the UN's Caradron Overlords, and then Italy's Seraphon could either have the Seraphon Mirror, or they could go into
time for predictions, Adam. You and
Fire
me.
Slayers.
This is our last time we get to do these predictions. Ooh, Caradron Overlords, I feel, are going into Daughters of Cain. And then I'm picking top, Seraphon into Seraphon for the corner mirror match. 10-10 handshake, go home.
Seraphon Fire Slayers, KO Stormcast.
Okay.
Going for the opposite.
All right, you
just
go
because why
opposite.
not, right?
All right, okay, that makes it
At
fun.
this point, just why not, right?
Why not? Why not? Just very quickly, there's an update for everyone who wants the update for what's going on in the games. They're all on our Twitter. So if you guys would like to follow the link that I'm now posting in the chat, you guys will be able to go and find out what the current scores are. We literally recapped it minutes ago.
Yes.
Minutes
yeah,
ago.
we did.
But
Literally a couple of minutes ago.
We'll recap it after the pairings. Yeah.
Basically, the story is Australia needs to absolutely decimate England to stop them from winning, and France needs to do some good cap Wales to win the event.
Yeah, if you're fans of England, you want them to get 90 points against Australia.
Yep.
And seeing as they got 8 billion points against them in the Ashes, I don't think that's going to be too difficult.
No, it's fairly likely, right?
Fairly likely. If I had any money, and I mean any at all, I'd bet it on England, is what I'd do. And then, however, but if Australia do beat them for some reason, then Wales need to get beaten by France for France to become the kings.
Yes. Yeah. Now, the pairings that we've got for the first round is Survival of the Fittest is Caradron into Daughters of Cain. So you got that one right. But it's going to be Seraphon into Fire Slayers.
Just lose.
Yeah, just throw them out.
I don't know. There's a
Under the bus.
I don't know what you put Fire Slayers into ever. Just auto losses. Like, your Fire Slayer player, I assume, is just there to lose into the big, scary ones.
Run forward, right?
Yeah.
Score some points. They may be there just to lose big. So sometimes you'll get a matchup where you're going to lose the round, but you score a lot of points from it. So even if you lose, you could still score something like 8 points from the round or 6 points from the round. And you just go with that. So sometimes you create armies that are actually built to lose well.
Yeah. And maybe that's what we're looking for from that Fire Slayers list. Not sure. I think we've got a Romy Camp. That's Team Italy. Gorgeous looking fellas.
They are.
Right? They're
Look at them.
concentrating. They're having some fun. The rest of Team Italy at the back, nervous about this pairing. It's fair to say neither of these two teams playing
They just
for,
look a bit tired, don't they?
playing for the podium. But Team UN Bucket Hat, there we go. Yeah, they're just having a great time. Bucket Hats. Bit of a bold choice. What do you think?
I mean, I'm into it.
Yeah, you're
Bucket
actually
hat
into
meta,
it.
to be honest.
Yeah. Hello. Giving us the wave. Oh, okay. We're still waiting for the defenders to go down. What team?
So in this mission, so what's the next mission that we're going to be pairing into? Is it Power in Numbers? So Power in Numbers is the burn mission.
So it's however long you hold it for.
Yep.
And then when you burn it, you get that many points for how long you've held it
And also,
for.
it's held by, if a battle line unit holds it, they trump anything else that tries to take it off of them. And into this, we've got Italy have put down their Beasts of Chaos, whereas Team UN have put down the Soulblight Gravelords. Both really competent armies into this mission because they both have a lot of battle line units. The Beasts of Chaos have a lot of Dragon Ogres, which are all going to be battle line, and then the Soulblight Gravelords have a lot of zombies, which are also all battle line.
And listen, I don't think there's going to be anyone as excited as me to see more things turned into zombies.
I just want to see everything.
After the Pedromancer last round.
The Pedromancer
turned everything into a zombie.
A Celestant Prime into a prime, into a zombie.
Yes, it was really, really.
It was perfect,
amazing.
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really, really exciting. Okay, so we still, and Beast of Chaos, like you said, so they put 2 strong armies down against these. What do you do in this situation? Do you put an army that's also good at doing this particular battle plan, holding lots of primary objectives, or do you try play an army that plays something slightly different? Beast of Chaos are like monsters that have fallen to chaos. Soulblade Gravelords are zombies and vampires and werewolves and stuff like that.
So if I was team Italy or UN, I'd be putting my Dragon Army down at this point.
Yeah.
So I'd be putting my Stormcast Dragon Army down to try and force them into the matchups, because bearing in mind they're all battle line and they have the output to deal with them. I'd also potentially put anything else that just has a lot of output that can clear the battle line away. Because as soon as you've dealt with the battle line, this mission becomes a lot easier.
Yeah.
So if you just put 2 armies that have a bajillion output force into it, then you're going to do pretty well.
Okay, so most often we've seen teams of 3 for the pairings.
We have.
We've seen 3. Italy have also gone for a 3-man pairing setup at the moment. I'm pretty certain Ireland have actually brought along just one person to do the pairings.
I don't think the rest know what's happening.
3 barbacks, though.
I just don't think anyone knows what's happening, to be honest.
Like,
I think the team Irish are just there.
yeah, they're having a good time though. So Team Italy, really excited to have Team Italy on. If you're out there tuning in from Team Italy, I've achieved my goal this weekend. We've got 12 different teams from different nations on.
We have.
We've seen so many great teams. Czech Republic have been on, America have been on. Like, we've just had some really fun teams.
We've had some awesome teams. I mean, if you want to count it, we could say we've had an extra 4 on, because we've got 4 different nations in the UN.
Exactly. Well, did we overachieve again?
We've overachieved.
What a classic us. What a classic
We are just overachievers all the time.
That is a classic us.
Because
right?
we've got Canada in this team.
Yes, that's true.
We've got France in this team.
Oh, we've seen that. We've seen.
Oh,
the
here we
attackers.
go.
Okay, so they're going to try and attack with Daughters of Cain and Seraphon into Beasts of Chaos.
Oh, that's rough.
And then Nurgle and Iron Jaws into Soulblight Gravelords.
Those are some really good attackers. I love this. So if I was Italy, I'd probably be choosing the Seraphon here, because Beast of Chaos is actually very good into Seraphon, because they've got the overwhelming bodies to deal with the output that's coming out.
I agree.
And if I was a Soulblight Gravelords of Team UN, I'd probably be taking the Maggotkin here.
Yes, I would.
Just to take him out of the equation.
Yeah. Hey, everyone in the chat, just part of the conversation, if you guys just are aware. Obviously, the top tables aren't being streamed, but we're just very conscious of everyone's mental health. A lot of people say that they're struggling a lot.
Yeah.
And so we just want to be really clear that it means a lot to us to make sure that people
honestly,
feel comfortable
our
and safe.
goal this weekend is more to showcase the
Events.
worldwide AOS community. And again, like we said, we've achieved that. We have achieved that. And bearing in mind, you're a UK-based person anyway, what's the point in showing people that are from the UK anyway?
All the time, mate.
We see them all the time.
See them all the time.
I
Boring.
want to see people from Italy.
Mate.
I want to see people from the UN.
Boring, mate. Seen it before.
Exactly.
I've never seen a KO guy. I've never seen Italians play Warhammer. I don't know what they do. They do a pizza pie shape and then carry on. I got no idea. I'm fascinated. How does that even work? What's going to happen with Ronya? Get a camera on the Ronya table right now, you cowards. You're not a coward, John. You're great. Carry on. You're doing really
He's gone.
well. Yeah.
He's off.
No, John, they're not. John, she's not even playing. It's the pairings. Okay, get back here. Get back here. It's ridiculous.
I feel like this round has gone. Our minds have wandered. Yeah. Oh, look, there's our Team UN captain from Canada doing the pairings, having a little dance.
Yeah, everyone's having a really fun time. We go check out. So predictions, Adam. I'm going to
Beast
choose...
of Chaos into Seraphon, Soulblight Gravelords into Maggotkin.
Yeah, because Maggotkin's a bad pick. Iron Jaws.
Yeah, take him out of the equation, because then Iron Jaws can go into the next mission where they're going to do better, because they could then try and get into Feral Foray.
Oh, the Auto 4.
No, it's the 6 burn mission, where you burn your opponent's objectives, because you can rush with your Iron Jaws.
Oh, that's a good.
But you don't want Maggotkin on this. You don't want Maggotkin on the auto win mission.
Ah, they've chosen Maggotkin.
Oh,
okay.
I think putting Beast of Chaos into Daughters of Cain's a mistake.
Shoot off the characters? Is that what you're thinking?
Not even that. I actually think Beast of Chaos win this one.
Yeah.
But I think you've now set yourself up for a bigger loss later.
Yeah.
With the Seraphon.
Yeah. Ultimately, okay, so Nurgle versus Soulblight Gravelords. Listen, if you guys haven't seen, Nurgle have been dominant this weekend. Actually, thanks to Ziggy, I think this will work on this screen. Let me just double check. Oh, it'll probably be small. in the corner. But I'll show you those stats later. But going into round 5, so I haven't got the round 5 update yet. Nurgle were the army that scored the most points per round on average across the tournament.
Wow.
13.8 they would get every round. That's out of a possible 20.
And most of our undefeated players are also Nurgle players, right?
Yes, that was again at the end of round 4. 4 of our 6 top undefeated players here were all playing Nurgle. So I'm unsurprised to see this go down. It's just really telling. I think because I saw a really good comment actually earlier today. Someone said, and I think it might have been Simon Weekly or Simon Froley, I can't remember which, that you don't want to pair something unpredictable
Yes.
into Nurgle, because if they just roll enough ward saves, then it's just game over.
Yeah,
So-
100%.
So if it's people tuning in at home, we've had the next defenders go down. Next defenders.
So what mission are we pairing into now? This one is marking territory.
So there are 4 objectives on the board.
Yep.
And if you get all of them at the same time, you auto win that round.
So from turn 3, if you
Yeah.
control all the objectives, you win the round. And don't forget that in turn 3, one of the objectives will get burnt. So you really need to make sure that you're holding at least 3 at that point,
Yeah.
or at least 2. Sorry.
Yeah. It's going to be really interesting. There's our table boss, Matt.
Having a
Right.
leisurely time.
Just having a very chilled out time. Just waiting. He's wondering, where's the camera? Uh-oh. Matt has worked, by the way. Matt's worked for 6 days straight to help this stream happen. There's our man Mark. Been here for 3 days. Love you, Mark. Thanks, Matt. Matt's been a treasure, and you guys are all very lucky to have him in the community. There's me and Adam in our really, really great. Oh, do you know what we haven't done yet? Neither of us. We haven't done the classic take the stream shoes off.
Oh, the stream shoes.
Oh,
Let's
it's
get these
important.
off.
Okay, let's look at our man in the... Just get your tootsies out. That's what you do. That's how we get the big bucks on the stream. Right, so look at Team UN. They look a bit serious, do you not think?
They look very serious. But look at Team Canada, the little eyes going there. Oh, and UN have put down Maggot King of Nurgle against the Italy Sons of Behemat.
Yeah,
This is a really good choice from Italy putting down Sons on this mission.
yeah,
Because you just walk them on and win the game.
yeah.
You don't even have to play the game.
Yeah,
You
Yeah.
say, here's my Gargants, they're on the objective, I win.
yeah.
Shake hands, thanks
Shake
very
hands.
much.
Shake hands.
So I think against the Suns, you put 2 attackers that you just don't care about
Yeah.
at this point. Because that Suns on this mission are incredibly good.
Oh my
because you
God.
need to kill at least
2
two Gargants
By turn,
turn 3.
Yeah, and that is so hard, man. I don't know if you would even be able to do that. So Gargants are Zinch. Oh my God,
So
Zinch.
you
the
take-
horrors. Do the horrors. It's got to be the horrors.
It is going to be the horrors.
Oh, this is amazing. I can't wait to see this army play.
Oh, you love the horrors, don't
It's
you?
so good. 60 gibbering idiots that when you punch them, they turn into more gibbering idiots. Yeah, it's perfect.
You do identify with this,
I
don't you?
identify as a pink horror. Yeah, I don't mind who knows it. Right, up against Stormcast Eternals, against Giants. Gargants are a mega Gargants. Imagine they're just giants, and you normally see 4 of them in an army.
You do.
If you haven't seen that. Nurgle are defending against Stormcast Eternal and Iron Jaws. What would you choose?
Uruk Warclans.
Uruk Warclans. That's an easy win.
Because the dragons do have the output to take off your Nurgle. The
Yeah.
Uruk Warclans do, but because of the mission, I think the Maggotkin have a really good chance here.
I agree.
And I think if I was Suns, I'd be picking the horrors.
If I wouldn't pick the horrors.
You
Because
clear
the
them off.
horrors is how you lose.
How?
Because you're going to fight the horrors, and the horrors are just going to explode into a billion dudes.
They've got enough damage to deal with them.
No.
Because you clump your 4 up and say, all right,
But you got to go to 4 different areas.
why? Not for till turn 3.
Okay.
He's got 3 turns to clear them off.
Okay. All right, okay.
Whereas the dragons just take the giants off. And they're all battle line.
Interesting. Okay, fine. Okay, let's
Horrors,
see what they pick.
100%.
You think they're going to pick horrors?
I don't know if they will pick that, but that's what they should pick.
Okay, Nurgle playing into Stormcast, a classic we've seen a lot. Stormcast Giants playing into Stormcast Eternals.
And
then
this is why they should have picked the Zinch, because look what's going to happen now.
Yeah, Zinch and Feral Foray is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be amazing.
And they're against Legions of the First Prince, who do
Oh.
not have the output to deal with the horrors.
Imagine that! Also, at some point, we have to work out whose horrors on that table. Bagsy, not me. Right, that's going to be a disaster. Okay, Adam, recap what the mission.
So, in our first mission, Survivor of the Fittest, we have got we've got Fire Slayers versus the Italian Daughters of Cain, and we've also got Seraphon versus Karajan Overlords versus Daughters of Cain, then Seraphon versus Fire Slayers. Then in Power in Numbers, we've got Soulblight Gravelords versus Maggotkin of Nurgle, and Beasts of Chaos versus Daughters of Cain. Then in Marking Territory, we've got Maggotkin of Nurgle versus Stormcast, and Sons of Behemoth versus Stormcast Eternals. And then the final mission, Feral Foray, we've got Disciples of Tzeentch versus Legions of the First Prince, and Seraphon versus Uruk Warclans.
Amazing. What an amazing setup. Okay, so just looking at the captains now. First time you've ever joined us, this is what happens. The captains will go for telling their teams, or their coaches, sorry, will tell their teams what their matchups are. This pairing process is pretty quick, with 20 minutes on the board. You can have up to 40 minutes for pairings, and unsurprisingly, we've seen nearly some of the other teams take a lot longer. Although some are in the off.
Yeah, some are already going for it.
England and Australia already started. Just looking across, France and Wales pairing done as well. So it looks like a lot of people know what their matchups are going to be. So let us know which team you are rooting for in the chat. Me personally, obviously not rooting for anyone, an impartial judge. But Adam, are you Czech Republic all the way now?
I identify as Czech right now.
Okay,
perfect. I'm going to become an honorary Czech member because they are genuinely my favourite team.
Okay. I got a lot of favourite
teams. I'm coming
to
one of their events soon.
Listen, I'm Team Ronya. That's
No.
where I'm at. The dream is alive, ladies and gentlemen of the chat.
Every ounce of me.
No, zero.
Every ounce of me wants it to be 10-1. Right at the last hurdle, it just all falls apart.
Oh, no, it can't.
Oh.
No, if Ronya loses, I think I'll cry. Like, tears will fall from my face. People will have to hand me hankies. It will be a disaster. Thanks, John. So here you go. You can see what's happening in the hall. America playing
versus
against
Denmark.
There's France and Wales lining up against
Sweden
each other.
versus Belgium.
Sweden versus Belgium. That'll be a really great match as well. You got the Netherlands
Irish
playing against Malta.
Yeah.
That's going to be a super
The
good match.
Irish versus the Czech Republic.
Oh, my
Come on.
God. Yeah.
The Owen Jackson.
So it's looking really, really good. Right, okay. So there's a handshake on the table. Oh, this is sweet. Lots of handshakes just being done there over the pairings for the final round. The energy and the spirit of this event have been fantastic.
It has been amazing,
It's
hasn't
been
it?
fantastic. If you get the opportunity to come out here next year or support your team and your nation, then I would obviously give you a chance. I probably am Team Pedromancer as well at this moment.
I'm just all Team Czech Republic.
Yeah. There is no way, Airvale, in the chat to find out individual scores. That's not what's happening right now, so I'm sorry about that. So I'll give you guys a recap of what you can expect. And this is my Team UN hat. Thank you very much to the UN caddy. Yeah, let's go. Not UN, US caddy. So some teams have a caddy who bring them food and drinks. The American one brings beers and pizzas. The French one brings coach's advice in French languages. So, that's what's happening out there. Okay, right, round 6. Yeah, this is the standings on round 6. Okay, here we go. Bosh. Team England, 432 points. If they get 90 points in their match against Australia, who they beat 8-0, yeah, amazing. It's all got very serious. Okay, we started out on Friday morning with just one team doing a chant. Now the UN team has a whole almost a hacker.
A choreographed
dance.
Dance
An interpretive
party.
dance. Oh, Now the French. Now you can hear the French.
Honestly,
doing
the
it.
French one is just the worst one at this point.
Yeah,
They've not
the French
practiced.
started it. Yeah, the French started it day
And
one.
everyone has just been outdoing them
Yeah,
the
everyone's
whole
been like, okay,
weekend.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we've seen what you're doing there, so now we're going to try something better. Like, it's really evolved.
I can't wait for someone literally just to walk in with like music, smoke machines,
Flags,
like throwing themselves
like, I wanna
around,
see, like, yeah, I want-
streamers.
Yeah, we were meant to have an opening ceremony, and I saw no ceremony. Like,
Fire.
I can't believe I didn't see a single flag.
I just want to see them all walking in, just like.
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, caddies pushing the carts of drinks in front of them. Yeah, like a procession. I would have liked to have seen a lot of that. So that's what you were hearing. You were hearing more. Show us. I can't show you. Our cameraman
Has disappeared.
has disappeared.
There he is. He's there.
Oh, our cameraman is there. Sorry. Well,
He's looking at
maybe
us
he
now.
can capture some. Maybe. Oh, hello. Maybe we can capture some. Have we got?
Maybe we can
who's
get the
left?
UN to do it again for us.
Yeah. Oh, maybe Matt. Maybe we could ask the UN to do their chant one more time for the TV.
I really want to see them do that chant again.
Who's in the middle of that group? Is Mark in the middle?
Yeah,
Giving
you
them a
wouldn't know.
briefing? Okay, I'll tell you my boss, Mark. Is in the
There he is.
He's giving a briefing to the stream. That's amazing. Okay.
Again, you wouldn't even see him.
So this is what goes into a live stream. Mark giving a briefing.
I think we're getting the
I
team.
think we're going to get it.
Here we go.
This is a televised chant, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. This is it happening in person. Okay. Oh, this is going to be so serious.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's like the Olympining. What a
The
crew. Good work, Mark. Okay, here we go. Okay. So this is the French B team plus a Canadian. Yeah, great work. That's the second time they've done it, and it was better the second time around. I won't go. So, come on, a lot of love for Team UN. Italy haven't got one. Like, I'm kind of disappointed for Italy.
I don't have one.
Okay, right, let's back to the leaderboard just for a little
Okay.
second. Team England need 90 points to win the tournament. End of.
Yes.
Yeah, get 90 or more, that's it. If they don't get 90 points and France get all 120 points, ladies and gentlemen, it's France's game.
Ooh.
Okay, but Wales are playing France. England are playing Australia. Now, England obviously beat France pretty significantly. Denmark are playing Sweden.
Yes.
Denmark are playing Sweden in a bit of a Royal Rumble. If either of those two teams cap, that might put them into a podium slot.
Denmark are playing the USA. Sweden playing Belgium.
Yes.
Yes.
Sweden are playing Belgium. Denmark are playing USA. If any of these teams get a full cap, could be looking at a podium place. Amazing.
Loads
Amazing.
of big energy coming.
Let's go, Luke. Thank you so much, Luke. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, all right. So that's everything that's happening.
That
right,
is.
Adam? Okay, I'm just excited. It's the final round.
We're going to wait for all the players to get us set up now, right?
Yes, that's what they do. They all go to their tables, they organise their terrain, they find out if it's a red or a green matchup, they work out how many points they've got to get. I take off this hat, and we get on for the final
You're never allowed to take
round.
off the hat.
No, never going to take off that. We're going for the final round of the World Team Championships in Prague for 2022. Hope you guys are looking forward to it. We'll get you all the updates from in the field when we can. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to a holding screen now, and we'll see you guys soon. Hello, welcome to the Age of Sigmar World Team Championship 2022. And this is it, the final round, round 6, where we get to determine who will be the World Team Champions for the Age of Sigmar Championship. Are you excited for 2022? Excited?
For 2022 or just the event in itself?
Well, just for for the event and all of 2022 until 2023 event, I think. Like, I mean, man, come on.
This event, amazing. This year,
Welcome to the T Sports Network, the home of tabletop sports. I'm one of your hosts, Rob. This is Adam, and we're going to be bringing you the matchup between the UN team and Team Italy. Really excited to have both these two nations on. Haven't had the Italian team on before. It's made up of a bunch of amazing players who I've been able to do some kind of like event results from when I do the Honest Wargamer Stats show. And then also half of the French team. We've got an amazing Canadian in here as well. I even got to meet Dark Rogan, who's one of the French team who I talk about a lot when I do the stats stuff.
All right.
And he's got like a little a pink horror plushie to go with his 40 pink horror. It's really nice. His girlfriend made it.
He's like, here's my 40 pink horrors, but don't worry, I've got a plushie.
Yeah, he's also got a screamer as well. But his girlfriend made it. It's so sweet.
Oh,
okay, so we've got 2 games in the off. So don't forget, we've got Italy versus the UN. We won't know the event results until the end of the round. The way it works is the captains and coaches have to all sign off on all 8 matches before it can be handed in to the TOs. That normally doesn't happen until the end of the round, which is at 3 hours from now. So we won't know what the event results are until 30 minutes after the round. So 3.5 hours, we won't know what the event results are. So if you ask us before, or there's someone in the chat, then please do, tell someone else in the chat so we don't have to keep repeating ourselves.
Yes.
Okay. On to the matches. Anything else anyone needs to know before we get started? Thanks for tuning in. Please subscribe. The event is sponsored by Game.EU. Every table, every piece of terrain that you've seen the mat has been produced by Game.EU, and the terrain has been produced by Game.EU. It's been really nice, I think.
Yeah. It leaves it's like quality assured. It's all, all the tables look relatively similar, so you're sort of getting there, but also each table is different, if that makes sense?
Yes. They, I think that there are 4 per 8, basically. So, and they seem really different. Okay, it's been really, really, really fun to do this. Let's get into our first game. I'm very excited.
Here we go.
My voice doesn't sound very excited, but I'm very excited. Table 2. We've got Francesco with his Beasts of Chaos. Now, Francesco has his own YouTube channel. He's a super nice guy. I've been on his show before. He's running Beasts of Chaos, and he's into the first turn. He's up against Oliver from Team Canada. Let's give us a wave, Oliver, if you can. He's looking very serious. He's running Marathi in the Bow Snakes. Canada wasn't able to make it today.
But he did.
He did. So even though the Canadians aren't here, the Canadian spirit is here. So it's great to have him there. Thanks, Oliver. The Canadian spirit alive and well. Looking really good. And he's running Marathi in the Bow Snakes. Let's talk about these 2 armies narratively, Adam. I know it might not need to, but let's do it one more time. Beasts of Chaos are the animals, I guess, of the mortal realms, corrupted by chaos and turned into foul emanations of their once former selves.
And apparently they've only been breeding dragon ogres for the last year or so. And all of a sudden, every army in the Beast of Chaos range is now all dragon ogres. So as you may notice, there are a lot of dragon ogres on the table.
Yes, loads of Dragon Ogres on the table. They absolutely look fantastic. So, Adam, a Dragon Ogre, how does this army play? What happens with these?
So Dragon Ogres are high wound models. They've all got 5 wounds each. They come in little units of 3, and they're only 125 points.
But you can make them bigger units, right?
Yeah. So you can make them bigger units. You can reinforce them to be units of 6 or units of 9, because they are battle line, because there is a Dragon Ogre Shaggoth. So Dragon Ogre Shaggoth is a bigger Dragon Ogre that is the general of the army, meaning that he brings on all the Dragon Ogres with him. And every Dragon Ogre unit has 15 wounds in it, because there's 3 Dragon Ogres in the unit, and they're 5 wounds apiece, which is pretty amazing.
So I think we would describe this army as like a wound sink army.
Yeah, so you've basically got so many wounds, that it's really hard to get through. And it gets helped by the Beast of Chaos mechanic called Primordial Cool Points. Now, the Primordial Cool Points are an ability that the Beasts of Chaos have access to, which allows them to summon extra Beasts of Chaos to the battle. They go through the battle making so much noise and enjoying themselves so much that they summon more and more Beasts of Chaos to the field as they join the battle from the forests.
Yeah, they're very punchy, but they actually level up as the game goes on. And there are actually some Dragon Ogres from Games Workshop, but we've also got some 3D printed Dragon Ogre Shaggoths based off Kolek Suneater. Fans of Warhammer Fantasy Battle will remember the story of Kolek Suneater, who was the biggest of all the Dragon Ogre Shaggoths. So it's nice to see that on the board as well. If you don't know, this army kind of builds up in tempo. There's a Herdstone, which is kind of like the shamanistic center of a Beast of Chaos army. There it is. Thanks very much, John, at the back of the board. And this improves the rend and also the ability to do rallies for units on the board. It's up against Morathi and the Bow Snakes, the goddess of blood, murder, and slaughter, who generally has some followers. She's an out-and-out goddess now. She went into the belly of a god held between two worlds and ate the souls of once dead elven kings to become a goddess, having stolen a lantern from fish elves who live underneath the water. Kind of like, it's just a very twisted episode of SpongeBob SquarePants. It went really weird. Yeah, the crossover would be amazing, but
I'm not sure it would be, Sabal.
I think, man. I didn't say that.
So Morathi Khaine, because of her abilities that she has, the things she stole and the Heart of Khaine she wields, she has a really interesting ability, which basically means that she can only take 3 wounds per turn. So even if you did 1,000 wounds to her in one turn, she'd only take 3, which essentially means she's invulnerable to being killed for at least 4 player turns. As well as that, she's bought herself 15 Bow Snakes with her. Now, if you haven't seen the Bow Snakes before, they're a long-range shooting unit that do high damage, high rend attacks, and because Morathi's on the board, she can make them shoot twice.
Yes.
So they're really good. As well as that, there's also 10 combat snakes in the army who do mortal wounds when they charge. Now, if you don't know what a mortal wound is, it's essentially a wound that goes straight through someone's armor and mortally wounds them.
Yeah. The only way to protect it is to have some sort of magical protection, like a blessing from a god like Nurgle, or a ward save. Any of those things, and you'll be safe. So you are correctly identified that there is a Shadow Stonker missing out of that unit. It actually is such an elitely hidden Shadow Stonker that you can't even see it.
It's camouflage.
It's a camouflage
Shadow Stonker.
All right, that's that matchup. Let's just take a moment to look at the top down. This battle plan, Feral Foray or Power in Numbers?
This battle plan is power in numbers. So in this mission, you control the objectives, and the longer you hold them, you basically hold until you eventually want to try and burn them. When you burn them, depending on how many turns you've held it for, depends on how many points you score. But the twist in this mission is that if you're a battle line unit, like all the Dragon Ogres, then you essentially trump anything that tries to take the objective off you. So if the opponent doesn't have a battle line unit on the objective, then they cannot take it off of you.
Yeah, it's such a good play. I think it's time for a prediction. One of our last set of predictions. Adam, how do you feel Francesco and Oliver are going to do in this matchup?
I think Beast of Chaos are going to win this one.
Beast of Chaos, I'm rooting for Oliver. Morathi and the Bow Snakes, I believe in you. It's a lot of output. I think you're right. I think on a double turn, maybe Morathi can push in deep enough.
I just don't think they've got enough output, and I don't think they can deal with the amount of summoning.
I agree with you. I think it's going to be hard. Yeah, I think it's going to be very, very hard. But ultimately, we'll end up seeing. Okay, over on to table number 5. Table number 5, because this is a match that has already kind of begun. Oh no, sorry, I got that wrong. Table 6. That's the one I meant to say. Table 6. This is the match that's already begun, and we've seen Nurgle have the first turn. They were given the first turn by the dragons at the bottom of the board. I think their first turn is all but over. They've got Nurgle, the god of disease, destruction, and decay. It wants to spread pestilence all over the board. You've got that big Great Unclean One on the far right-hand side here, and also a Maggoth Lord. Both of them incredibly survivable. Great for holding objectives. And then you've got 2 Beasts of Chaos, gibbering, puppy-like worm monsters that just want to get in your face and touch you because they think that they're being like, they're just a happy puppy.
They literally, the backstory for them is they just want to give people hugs. The issue is every time they hug someone, they die.
Yes, yes.
It's quite a sad story, really.
It is a sad story, but they love it. They're so happy. So then you've got some flies, which are Puskor Blight Lords, full of like, they're big rotting flies with a big knight on top of them. And they're all holding that back objective. They're up against dragons, Stormcast Eternals. Here you can see 6 long strikes. These fire 30 inches, and they do mortal wounds on 6s to hit.
Yes, they do.
And they do mortal wounds on 6s to hit, and they have like 2 shots apiece. Those things could easily, in the right scenario, shoot off a Great Unclean One, because they've got this thing called Thunderbolt Volley, which is a holy command, which allows them to shoot twice. You've also got these 4
Stormdrake Guard?
Stormdrake Guard here, and a single Knight Draconis here, who's engaging some little Nurglings.
Some little Nurglings. Little beasties.
So we'll see if any shots came out of these right now. But
now, the mission that they are playing is called Marking Territory. There are 4 objectives in each quadrant, and if you control all the objectives on turn 3 or later, you instantly win the game. Now, just remember that on turn 3, whoever goes second in the turn gets to burn one of the objectives. So essentially, you only need to hold 3 at turn 3, and you can win automatically.
Yeah, such an exciting matchup here. Like, this is going to be really interesting. It's going to come down to the raw output of the Stormcast Eternals versus the defensive and aggressive nature of the Nurgle army. But with that said, we can go over right now to our man in the field, Luke. He's got an interview with the captain of Team United Nations. Ask them how the pairing. No problem. Going to ask them how the pairings went.
Yes.
And how they feel this final matchup is doing. Because the UN team have gone 4-1. The UN team could easily place. Yes, they could easily place in the top 10. So yeah, just take a moment to look at the standings. You'll see there, Team UN are in 9th place.
That's pretty good.
That's really good.
Just quickly come together.
For a mercenary team, so I think they should be really proud of themselves. Going over to Luke, our man in the field now. He'll be bringing you all the updates from around the room. Over to Luke. Here we go.
Okay, guys, here we are, and it is the last final round of AOS World. We've got some exhausted but happy players, and I've got an exhausted but happy coach. I've got the head coach of Team Italy here, fighting up against the UN, round 6. How has the tournament gone for you so far?
So far we are very happy because we are a very young team. This is our 2nd international event and 10th place. So we hope to finish in the top 10, winning against UN. And for us, since now, is a very good team, a very good tournament. We're happy.
Fantastic. We've been enjoying following you throughout the event. You guys have been giving some good energy. You're here, your final game against Team UN. How do you feel that you're going to do in this last round? How have the pairings gone for you guys?
Well, the Team UN is particular because their list are published a very far later than the other teams, so we have very much less time to study them. We just studied yesterday, and they are very good player because a lot of them are from Team France. They are reserve in Team France and very good player. The pairings not so good for us. I think they in the end of the pairing a little better, but I confide that my players can turn up down for us, turn up the situation for us, and take home the victory.
But your players can definitely fight ahead, dig deep, and hopefully bring you the result. Is that what you hope?
Yes, exactly. Because we have very good players, and they are all a bit tired after 3 days event. But this is our last few steps to victory, and I trust them 100%.
Thank you very much. Good luck, and we'll definitely come back and see how the result goes. I'm going to head over here because we've got coach of UN, David. Yep. How's it going, man? How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. It was a very great tournament for us because we had an improvised team which was created in 1 week, something like that. We do our list in 3 days.
It's an amazing story. It's an amazing story. So
we didn't expect that to be here, in fact, to be 9 at the last game of this tournament.
Can you quickly tell us, obviously there's loads of different countries being represented here, can you tell us the representation of nations that you've got within Team UN?
We have 3 French players. We have also 1 Danish and 1 Swedish player. Our captain comes from Canada, and we have 1 player which is from Poland, and the last one is from the Netherlands. So it's a very international team.
Well, that's what Team UN is all about, right? Internationality, and doing a great job with the last-minute notifications, coming in with some great lists. And you guys have been a bit of a surprise, you know. We are on 4 wins and 1 loss, is that right?
We are 4 wins, 1 loss versus the French team in the first game, and yeah, we are 4 wins, which was not expected, in fact. And here we will see, but maybe 5 wins.
Okay, so we're going for the 5 wins. You got Team Italy round 6. What sort of, how have the matchups gone for you? How likely is this 5-1 in your opinion?
We have normally 2 matchups which is in our advantage. So Stormcast versus Sons of Behemoth. If the initiative is well, or if dragons do their job, normally it should be well for us. And we have a Caradron, which is a Daughter of Cain. So huge gun line versus huge gun line. Normally it should be for us, but we have also some bad pairing. It's normal. So we have also 2 bad pairing, and we have 4, I will say, tough pairing. So we'll
50-50?
Yeah, 50-50. We don't know if we will win or lose. It will depend of dice and player.
Thank you very much, David. Good luck to you. A 5-1 for Team UN would be a huge surprise to everyone. We hope that you can do it, but Team Italy are definitely formidable opponents as well, looking for their high finish as well. We're going to head back over to Rob and Adam in the booth to bring you the...
Great work, Luke, in the field. Absolutely love you doing the Lord's work. Okay, table 1. Let's talk about it. Roberto versus Gustav. Yeah,
Good name.
Some strong names are going to be here. We're going to get some real European names going on.
I'm probably just going to be going Team Italy, Team US.
So Roberto's got the very first turn, and he's running his Thunder Lizard army, Adam, and it's no surprise what is in this army. It's a bunch of dinosaurs who are powered by a magical frog who lives in a spaceship in space, and they have got an engine of the gods, of course, a Stegodon with Stink Chief, a Bastillodon, and also another Bastillodon with the Archosaur. Has he got the Archosaur at this one? I think so. We'll get John over there in a minute, and he's going to be able to find out for us. Let's go find out there. And he's up against the Fire Slayers. The Fire Slayers gave the first turn. It felt very comfortable. They've got a Magmic Invocation off the table.
Okay.
Magmic Invocation.
What's a Magmic Invocation?
Okay, so the Fire Slayers don't do prayers, they don't do spells either. There you go, you can see it's just a Bastillodon, an Engine of the Gods, and also a Stegodon with Skink Chief protecting that slan in that bottom left-hand corner. So this is the slan, that's the Bastillodon who fires laser beams. Pew! Pew, pew! Pew, pew! And then, and then you've got an Engine of the Gods, which, oh no, cameraman, there you go. Engine of the Gods in the middle there, and our Engine of the Gods, it allows you to summon units sometimes. Sometimes it's basically like a celestial slot machine.
Yeah, pretty much, because you roll 2 dice unless you win a slan, and you roll 3 dice, and depending on the result, depends on what happens. You could heal yourself, you could do some mortal wounds, but the most important one is if you get, I think it's like between a 10 and a 13 or something, you can actually summon a unit of Saurus warriors to the board, and they just come on and they start doing work, really.
Yeah.
And because we're a Thunder Lizards army, we've got a special ability which reduces all enemy damage down by 1.
It does. It's really, really effective. Okay, so to talk about the army here, and what it's doing, it's what Owen often calls unpacking. Your deployment is where you deploy, and you can't see the Fire Slayers army, but right here you've got a big brick of Fire Slayers, you've got another brick of Fire Slayers here, as well as an a Rune Father on Magmadroth. But a Magmic Invocation, they're Fire Slayers, they love fire, they bury Urgold runes into their skin, they love battling, and they love collecting gold. That's what they're about, to try and resurrect their once dead god,
Yes.
Grimnir. So that's their kind of shtick. They're dwarfs, they love battling. the Magmic Invocation, because they don't really believe in magic.
No, they don't, do they? They don't really like magic.
It's like magic. They basically have runes, but these runes are magic, so kind of really flirting with the
line.
the letter of the law, but they can summon Magmic Invocations. They've got like a flame spitter. Most importantly, they have a beast, a Magmic Beast, which they can summon, and they've taken ability to double the range of that Magmic Beast, and it's actually really, really good. Like, it can do quite a lot of damage and mortal wounds. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that on the board later, but right now it's not on the board. We're still getting some close-ups on the Slan. Maybe you can see that Magmic Invocation. Adam, the battle plan that they're playing, what do you think about it?
So this battle plan is the survival of the fittest. So survival of the fittest is 3 objectives in each player's territory, and if you battle line, you instantly... Table 1.
Table 1. First blood.
This is... No, sorry, we are survival of the fittest.
Survival of the fittest, actually, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, survival of the fittest. I'm doing my brain just had a moment, sorry.
It's okay.
So survival of the fittest, 3 objectives in the middle, and we have what's called predator units. So these predator units, you pick a unit or 3 units in your army, and they become predators. If you kill an enemy predator unit with your predator unit, you score an additional point.
What if you're a predator in this battle plan and your army is a prime hunter versus a prime target? What happens?
So if you... Oh, geez.
Don't worry, it's not a problem. No one cares.
Right.
Okay.
If you are a prime target...
Which is, some units are very, very good and they need to die.
The only one on this board is the Bastiladon with Solar Engine.
The only one on the board.
If that Bastiladon is also a prime target, then if you kill it with a prime... With a
no, it's a predator. You mean a predator?
Shut up.
Okay, no, listen, no. If it's a predator and you kill it, then it's fine because you get the predator point. You kill the predator with your predator, and it's a prime.
It's a prime whole flow. I had a whole thing lined up there.
No, I believe in you.
You ruined everything.
I believe. Let's get to prediction. Do you think Seraphon are going to win? This is the first time we've seen Seraphon move out their deployment before someone else does.
It's because they're too slow. Flyers too slow.
All weekend.
Too slow.
Okay. So how do you feel about this first turn play from the Seraphon? Moving into the mid-board, doing some shooting.
I mean, they're basically just going to sit in the mid-board, right? And then say to the Fire Slares, all right, come at me. I'm not even pinned in this time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think this is going to be a nice Seraphon win, to be honest, because a lot of the damage from the Fire Slayers that's good is 2 damage, and all of the Thunderlizards is reduced that by 1.
Yeah.
So there will be 1 damage.
Right.
So I do think this is going to be a nice Seraphon win, to be honest.
Right, so heading over to table 2, we're seeing how Oliver has unpacked his army. So you've got deployment, then you've got unpacking. It's your first turn moves. It's where you really make some plays. We're going to see what Francesco has done. He's dropped these Dragon Ogres out. He's pulled this unit out. There was another unit of Dragon Ogres creating a screen. However, Morathi's got the ability to pick this unit in the hero phase, which is the first thing you do before you move.
It is.
And make them shoot. And they shot off a unit of Dragon Ogres at the bottom, took them out. Great play. Great play. That's left Morathi the space, if she wants, for a big charge into here to start really messing with this. Now, I would probably prefer to put Morathi down here and cause some issues because these bow snakes can keep threatening this part of the board.
I'd just put her into the 3 that are right in front of you.
I mean, like, listen, you get a small charge, I agree. You get a big charge. Oh, you don't want to go down there?
Because why risk taking your 3 wounds in this turn?
Oh, I see what you mean.
So if you put her down here and into this,
well, because that's the only unit that the bow snakes can shoot, right? So then, like,
yeah, but they can. They don't need to. So you don't need to shoot like that every turn.
I love shooting like that.
Your best bet.
Adam, I want to shoot like that. I want to shoot everything.
Your best bet: just kill the unit of 3 in front of you. Don't take the 3 wounds.
Let me shoot things, Adam. Let me shoot. Why
You're not
can't
playing this game.
I just want to shoot stuff. Like you. Okay, fine. You played this at an event once, and you had a really nice time with it.
What, this army?
Morathi and the bow snakes.
Yeah, it's easy.
It's very easy.
It's just fantastic. Honestly, you sit there and you go, I'm going to shoot you. Morathi can't die. Throw her away.
Yes,
have that.
It's really good.
You can literally just make a massive mistake and go, oh, but she can't die. Oh, well. Oh, no. And because I was running her in Keltnar, she can retreat and charge. So even if I got in a bad combat, I was like, whoa, oh, no, retreat and charge.
Okay, good.
Easy.
Right. Well, table 3. Let's go talk about this.
No skill.
Okay. Table 3, I'm sure everyone at the AOS World Team Championships have got a pile of skill, and we're seeing a lot of skill expression on the tabletop, which is really showing chasing. I know most of the players in the hall. I cover the Age of Sigmar stats every Monday on the Honest Wargamer Twitch TV show, and I'm unsurprised to see many of the people I talk about regularly here in the room. Now, we've got Andrea Epis with his Bloodtooths up against Pavel with his Thunder Lizard. Are we going to see the Seraphon Castle to the Ironjawz push? Adam, what do the Ironjawz do?
So the Ironjawz are a bunch of mad lad Uruks riding loads of piggies into battle. And they are a bloodtoothed army, so they really do love their pigs. And they love to play really aggressive and really hit hard really quickly, throwing pigs forward like that, throwing the pigs forward here, maybe launching the Maw-Crusher that way. However, they hit really hard, they move really far, but the problem they're going to have is that they like to buff themselves up with extra damage because most of their attacks are only damage 1. However, because he's playing against a Thunder Lizard's army, as we discussed just now, they reduce all the damage by 1.
They do. They do.
Which essentially means, even though the Uruks can buff themselves up, it will just get reduced anyway.
So we call this the +1/-1, and it's the saddest moment in all of Warhammer.
Yes.
Like, oh, I've got +1. You're like, well, actually, I have -1, so it cancels out.
So you're just normal.
It's just normal.
It's just normal.
Normal. And really, Age of Sigmar and most tabletop games are really about getting +1 to something. You
Yeah.
always love a +1. Listen, if you're at home and you're not really sure about how your partner, family member, friend feels about Warhammer, just say, oh, maybe your unit can get +1. Don't even say +1 what, and they'll be over the moon.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, amazing. +1.
I mean, if you want to really get them like
+1 bravery.
excited, no, +1 wound.
Ooh, +1 to wound.
Ooh.
Ooh,
+1 to wound.
Love +1 to wound.
But
my favourite.
this army is going to play very aggressive, but I don't think it can, so I think it's going to have to play quite a defensive game because they are playing Feral Foray, which means these home objectives are able to be burnt by your opponent.
But
So
you're not going to shift 15 Uruks.
normally I'd say no, but he is playing into Thunder Lizards, who probably do have the output to be able to deal with 15 Ardboys and all these piggies.
However, this Seraphon army has decided to do something a little bit unique, and it's got 2 Stormstrike Chariots. It's actually a really pretty Seraphon army if we get some shots of it. Stormstrike Chariots, that's these 2 units here, are Stormcast Eternals units you can ally in. You're able to, because there's like 4 allegiances, just death, destruction, chaos, and order. Oftentimes, some units are able to be allied in from other factions in your Grand Alliance. And Stormcast Eternals are kind of like the overarching in bunny, oh, Adam, like this. They're the good guys. Yeah, like just yeah, yeah, we knew what we were doing. Yeah, they're the good guys. They are allowed to be allied in, right?
Yeah, they are. Basically, the Stormcast just like being in everyone else's armies.
And I'm a huge Stormstrike Chariot fan. Stormstrike Chariot meta. 12 wounds, 3 up armor save. They do an ogre charge where they do mortal wounds based on the number of dice rolls that they roll for the charge. So much impact. They're fast. They're a great ally into lots of units, and they only cost 160 points for 1.
That is pretty good, to be fair.
It's really nice, especially if you've got something like, I don't think the Engine of the Gods actually heals friendly. I think it heals Seraphon, so that won't work. But I still think it's just a really good pick, and I don't think it's necessarily good to pick into Seraphon because Seraphon already got everything that they need.
They got everything.
But it's good into other allegiances, basically. So this is the matchup. Ironjawz at the top, being pushed forward by Andrea. Andrea's got some real hard work to do because he knows his army isn't going to be able to do enough damage, but he does have something unique in his army, which other armies don't do. Those Gore Grunters you can see at the top, so battle pigs, as we're going to call them from now on, because that does sound cool.
It does.
Yeah, what have you got?
Battle.
A regular pig or a battle pig?
I've got a battle pig.
Right. Right.
A pig a battle.
Yeah, pig. I like to pick on my own battles.
I'm a pig in battle.
So the pig in battles and the battle pigs have Rend 2, so which is kind of like how much armor they take off the opponent's armor, and they have the ability to call a war. Now, friends and family alike, calling a war is one of, well, you can do it in kind of one of 2 ways. You can either say, I'm doing a war, or
you can be a loser and be that guy at the event.
And you can scream war to the high heavens.
At the top of your lungs.
Yeah, it really depends on who you're playing against. But either way, what it does is it gives you +1 to charge. But the important part is it also gives you +1 Rend. So that Rend 3, so damage, so Rend 3 is really, really rare, especially on a weight of attacks that you could get from a unit.
Rend 3 is not rare anymore.
it's rare enough, I think. I think it's rare enough, right? So that like when they do go in into like let's say a Bastiladon, that Bastiladon will not have anywhere near the save that it would normally have.
So a Bastiladon starts with a 1+ save.
Yeah.
Then they're probably Mystic Shield it,
Yeah.
0+ save. Then there's another buff that you can put on it to put it on a -1 save. So even if you put a -3 rend on it, it's still only on 2 up.
Yeah, I mean, like it could be, but there's 2 units of pigs, so like we'll see what they elect to do. So there we go. So there's the battle pigs. So
I genuinely just think this is a bit of a rough one for the Ironjawz.
I agree.
Bit of a rough one.
So
I think there's play for the Ironjawz player because he's going to be able to rush forward and try and just put a lot of pressure on the opponent's objectives. I just think it's going to be rough because all the buffs that you normally have on Ironjawz are basically muted, and even the rend is a bit muted because of the Bastiladons.
I agree.
So basically, it's almost a good counter army, but there is still play here, and I'm interested to see how it plays out.
Okay, so Adam, prediction time on table 3 between Andrea and Epis. Seraphon. Yeah, me too, baby.
Again, I do think there is a play for the Blood Twos. I just think it's awkward for them.
Thanks, Kenny, in the chat, Guy, and everyone else tuning in live. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in live over the weekend. You've all been amazing. It's been really nice to have our hard work rewarded by you guys tuning in at home.
Yeah, definitely.
So thank you very much. It makes us feel like there's something good for us. So I super appreciate it. Right, table number 4.
So table 4, we've got Alessandro with the Calibron Daughters of Cain taking on Marcus with the KO Barak Thring army. So this is, we've had the KO first turn, and we've got 2 frigates here and here who have shot off some stuff. We've done the 3 wounds to Morathi for this turn. That have
Come on, the ironclads, yeah.
It doesn't matter, does it?
I mean, there's a slight difference, but not that many people at home will know. There are 2 ironclads, so there are 3 categories of boat. An ironclad is the biggest and most powerful, costs 500 points in the army, and there are 2 of them on the board. There is frigates, which are slightly smaller, 240, not quite as cool. And then you've got a gun hauler, which, honestly, who cares?
Me? Just take 12.
I don't like the gun haulers.
12 gun haulers.
12 gun haulers, yeah. Right, so we've got those 12 gun haulers, but most importantly, the ironclad. How do Kharadron Overlord's army, which is the ones we're looking at the bottom right-hand side, Adam, how do they work?
So essentially, they all shoot stuff. They all shoot stuff. And what will happen is they pop around in their boats, flying high in the sky and dropping down anywhere on the board, and then just shooting stuff off.
They're like merchants, right?
They are.
They're merchants, which I think is they're merchants who travel about in their boats, and their boats really, and like their kind of like martial nature is always just to make sure they don't get hit by all of the terrible gribblies and monsters that exist in the mortal realms.
Yeah, exactly. And this KO army in particular is actually on 5-0 this weekend.
Yes, 5-0. Absolutely excellent work from Marcus.
But I like the play he's done of trying to just chip those 3 wounds off Morathi's first turn so he can start doing the damage to Morathi to try and get her dead quickly. But backing up Morathi and the Daughters of Cain army, we've got 15 bow snakes, unsurprisingly.
Woohoo!
But another 10 blood snakes. So there's actually, I think, 25 blood snakes in this army.
Yes, yeah. So this has gone for just 15 and 10 for all of the bow snakes.
All of the
bow snakes. And we've already seen that in the hero phase, that unit of bow snakes is shot into the left-hand side. Let's just go get that. Top right-hand side, ironclad, so this one up here. So as you can see, 24-inch bows, really effective range, really stunning. The ability to project power over there, 24 inches, and we've already done 4 to the KO. Now, the KO, like I've always said this about the KO army, the way that they work is they love you go, I go.
Yes.
Or they love a double turn.
They do.
They do not like being double turned.
They don't.
They currently are set about a 45% win rate in competitive Age of Sigmar. They're not particularly popular as an army. And I think that's really because they don't really feature one of those core mechanics, which is combat. Now, KO players at home listening, I know they do have some combat, obviously, but their main feature isn't. And ultimately, Age of Sigmar is a game of grabbing objectives, so you need to get as many models on these objectives as possible. That's how you control what we call the primary and score points. But if your guys can't run on and fight a unit on there, then they're in a bit of a tough spot.
No, this is where the KO army has actually asked for a bit of help.
Yes.
We spoke about Stormcast Eternals earlier being able to ally into pretty much any Order army, and this KO army has called for aid, and Sigmar has answered in the form of a Celestant Prime.
Yeah.
So there is actually a Celestant Prime flying around the sky, charging himself up, ready to drop down at some point, powered up and ready to charge in and do some damage.
Yes, so Celestant Prime, kind of like a combat character with a big hammer given to him by the god Sigmar himself. I'm very excited to see him on the tabletop, because whenever the Prime lands, it's prime time, baby.
It's prime.
Prime. I don't have the voice anymore, but it's prime time. Thank you. Thank you. That's like, if you don't do that, like, then what are we doing here?
I'll do it.
Like, that's
I'll
not
make
like,
sure, right?
like, it's kind of a mixture between professional esports and WWE. That's kind of where T-Sports coverage is.
I think we just go full WWE.
Yeah, I mean, I'm close. Right, okay. So out in the field, our man Luke is interviewing the caddy for the caddy coach / assistant for Team America. / hero. He's an angel. And we're going over to him now. Over to Luke.
Okay, guys, here we are. We're out in the field, and we've got big love for Warhammer caddy Corey. We've got Team America versus Team Denmark in round 6 of the Worlds. Corey, round 6, here we are.
Here we are.
How have you had the tournament so far?
It's been a little back and forth each match. We're going into this. What are we? 3 and 2. That's how math works. Pairings look good, but Denmark's a great team, so we need to execute on the table.
Wonderful. Now, the reason we're talking to you, that you are one of the most important sort of types of people that we've got in the room. You are a war used. Can you tell us a bit about what it's been like being supporting Team America, and what sort of things that you've been doing to help these guys get that extra victory, get those extra few points?
Sure. Yeah, so it's been super interesting just being here and being involved as a non-player, as a Warhammer caddy, or as we call it, the Warhammer assistant in the States. It starts off, obviously, each round setting up the terrain and letting the players know who they're playing, right? So our defenders, who the attackers are, what terrain density they're playing on, light or dense, getting that all set up. And then once the rounds are starting, make sure everyone has a beverage of choice and some water.
What's been the main beverage of choice for Team America throughout the tournament?
Well, here in Prague, it's definitely been Pilsner. But we've been switching over to some vodka Red Bulls recently, some gin and tonics. That's a crowd favorite as well.
Just easy, light stuff, yeah?
Exactly.
Keeping them in the right headspace.
Exactly, yep. And then so after that, what I do is I go around any of our players that have summonable units. I make sure they're racked up, clearly identified. So, like, for example, our Legion list can summon so many different options, so make sure like the Plague Bearers are all racked up in 10s with unit champs, banners, musicians, just so that they don't need to burn their clock time fishing around in a messy game tray to find that banner or the musician, right? So all they need to do is turn and grab. So for example here, Roger has zombies. Whenever they die, they can come back either with Gorslav's ability or if he rolls a 5-up. So as they die, I re-rack them into 20s. Over in this area, we have some extras just in case he kills something and he creates more zombies.
Well, actually, we can talk about zombies turning into things. We had Spain on the last stream who turned, I think, a Celestant Prime into a zombie. He turned a dragon, a shark into a zombie. I think he had plus 30 models in his zombie unit, so you might need a few more zombies there if you're going to be rolling like our man Necromancer Pedro. But yeah, it's super interesting. I think it's not been talked about before, the assistant side of things. I mean, what you were saying about not burning down clock time by getting the units ready has been amazing. It's super interesting for us, and I think it's kind of new for 2022 in Worlds. It's kind of a new thing. More of in the next Worlds event.
I hope so. I think it makes a lot of sense. It removes so much stress on the player. All they need to do is focus on this, mat that they're on and worry about the game. And some other things that we've been doing just to make sure that we're running smoothly, making sure lunch is here when the round's done, so that everyone knows what they're eating, what they're eating. So that's been something that
everything is being thought of.
Exactly.
Oh, Corey, thank you so much for chatting to us. You've been my favourite Warhammer caddy. Guys in the chat, let us know who you think your favourite Warhammer caddy has been at the tournament. Corey, wish you the best of luck for round 6, and we're just going to turn around and we're going to see if we can't catch a word with Casper, the Danish coach. He's looking at me with his lovely puppy dog eyes, so that's a go. That's what we'd like to see. I must admit, we've got Team Denmark and Team America, probably two of the most handsome teams that we've had in the tournament, in my personal opinion. But anyway, Casper, round 6, Team America, how are we feeling about it?
You know, if you'd asked me 10, 15 minutes ago, I would say pretty good. Now it's a bit more like this, you know.
How so? How so?
Especially the first table up with the Orcs against Sylvaneth. The Orcs had a very tough double turn and is controlling all 4 objectives. So basically, if our player doesn't get at least, you know, if he doesn't get any objectives now, he's going to lose automatically soon. So we really need to get Godric to work and kill some Orcs.
Our poor man Morton, bless his little heart. Okay. Any other sort of matchups? Anything that's maybe looking a bit good for Team Denmark against America? Oh, really? That sort of game, eh? That sort of game.
We're still early in the game, so it can still go our way. But I would say right now, most of the games are against us. So we really hope to get some good comebacks, you know. Get the double turn back, you know, against Team America. But yeah, it's tough.
It's tough. But obviously, the players are trying really hard. How have they found it? Have they been having fun? What's the AOS Worlds been like for Team Denmark? What would the guys say about? Have they had a good time?
They've had an amazing time, and you know, all of the players have had good games. You know, sometimes the dice are against you, and you might feel frustrated after the game, but the experience and the players they've been against, it's always been really, really good. So yeah, we had an amazing experience. Also outside the games, you know, between the events and the evenings, sitting together with the team, you know, it's been really good. So yeah.
Amazing. This is what Worlds is all about. Thank you very much, Casper. We heard from Casper and Corey from Team America. It's a super interesting matchup. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on it as the round closes, and we're going to get over to Rob and Adam in the booth.
Thanks very much, Luke, in the field. Really appreciate that. Okay, welcome back to AOS World Team Championship 2022, Round 2, sponsored by GameMat EU. Adam, I just want to get you a quick update from Table 2. Daughters of Cain doubled. We kind of looked through this game.
Did they?
Yeah, but Daughters of Cain got the double from 1 into 2. Well, they went bottom of 2, top of 1, which meant they got to a lot of output, which means we've seen quite a few. I think we've seen 15 Dragon Ogres die already. Now, the Beast of Chaos have got a great ability to rally their army.
They do.
But if the unit's dead,
doesn't really work, does it?
Doesn't really work. And it puts a pretty unkillable character here that's taken no wounds so far in front of all of these combat blocks, kind of blocking the way. So I think that's an interesting shoot.
Marathi's trying to do here. Marathi's going to try and come down here into these Dragon Ogres, and then the next turn come into here and blow up the Herdstone.
That may be, but we've just heard that we're only in the movement phase, so we've still got the shooting phase from that bow snake unit here still, and then we've still got a Marathi charge and combat. So you could see 6 Dragon Ogres lifted here, maybe this 3 here as well.
No,
that puts you on that half of the board.
What you want here is Marathi to go. So you want Marathi to go down into this objective, kill these 3 Dragon Ogres. You then burn.
Sorry.
That's all right. You then burn this objective down here, and then you basically stop the Dragon Ogres from able to get to your side of the board. You then, in the next turn, send Marathi down here into the Herdstone, blow it up, and then all the buffs that the Beasts of Chaos have all go away.
Maybe this is the plays we would have seen if Canada had made it this year. Hopefully they'll make it next year. They were unable to make it this year. They were signed up.
That is fantastic. Okay. I love that.
Okay, all right, excellent. So that's everything that's happened on Table 2, just a quick update. Right, let's start with Table 5, because we haven't looked at this in full yet. Now, a couple of amazing things on Table 5. We've got a Nurgle army, God of Disease, Pestilence, Decay.
Yep.
Very defensive. They've got a ward save, it's a special elite kind of defensive ability. They're pretty slow unless you've got loads of flies with pre-game moves, but they're very good at holding objectives and tanking the field. Okay, so they're going to be very good for power in numbers. For power in numbers.
For power in numbers. So power in numbers is the battle plan where you burn the objectives again for however long you've held it. However long you hold the objective for, you score more points when you burn it. Now, the thing that can happen with Nurgle is they're really good at staying on the objectives and scoring them, but they're not particularly good at going and taking objectives unless you have these Poscal Blight Lords, which are pretty fast and going to be able to go up there and take them. Now, we've had quite a conservative objective. We've had a conservative play from the Nurgle player, but I'm sure we're going to see more aggressive.
Yeah, Luca. Luca representing Italy has done very conservative, and it kind of makes sense because both armies play the same, right? So like Gravelords, we'll talk about those in a minute. We're actually going to come back to this game because over on table 6, we've already had a victory. Incredibly fast game. Incredibly.
We haven't even looked at this game, really.
So, Christoph, as you can see, playing for the UN, he was running the Nurgle army. We did actually feature this game a little bit, and we saw that he had this and this here. Now, all he did was he won the priority into turn 3. He pushed his Plague Bearers and his Maggoth Lord onto this objective, was able to cap the objective off of this unit here, really simply, and then, because it's an auto win, so Federico maybe wasn't aware of that, I'm not sure. All that happened was okay, we need to explain about Thondia.
Right. So in turn 2,
yes,
right, we've had all of this come down here. So then he had this objective, this objective, this objective.
Yes.
Then the turn
So
2
he
to
owns
3
3.
priority happened, and then he won the priority, gave the turn away, which meant because we're playing in Thondia, he got to elect to burn one of the objectives. And bearing in mind, this objective down here was the only objective that I can't even say his name. Federico owned. He burnt this one, meaning there was only 3 objectives left. He held all of them, and because it's marking territory, instantly won the game.
Yeah, that's how this battle plan works. If you own all the objectives, you win the game, and because you reduced how many there were by 1, then by burning that one there, he auto won the game. And I do not think Federico was happy about this. I think he might not have put enough models on this objective, and it wasn't even a case of needing to charge. I think he literally
summoned them on.
He just summoned them on, put them on that objective, and then that was it. Game, absolute game. What a game changer. I think Italy are going to be pretty upset, like going into round 5 on that. I know Federico not particularly happy. We heard about that. Happens. Listen, everyone's played 6 games. Some people have played, this is their 11th game of Age of Sigmar over the past few days. Age of Sigmar is 100%, it's a torturous sport to play through. It's mentally taxing. It's physically taxing, especially when the tables are low. Yeah? It's loud. It's noisy. There's lots going on. It's deeply complicated, but loads of fun. Yeah, and I think it's completely understandable why these athletes have made some mistakes late game. And there you go. That's everything that's happened on table 6. So UN on table 6, 1 in the bank.
Yeah, easy peasy.
Yeah, so we can write that down. UN, 1 win. UN got 1 win, which is pretty amazing. Okay, so that's it. We can go back to table 5.
Table 5.
Yeah, I really want to look at table 5, mainly because I want to talk about the Soulblade Gravelords list. One of my favourite 3D designers, Archvillain, who's a US-based 3D miniature designer who has a Patreon that you can go and check out. There's actually a couple of 3D miniature design armies that are here. Clay Beast Creations is probably the most popular at AOS Worlds. All of the Beasts of Chaos armies that I've seen have featured some Beasts of Chaos miniatures. There are a bunch of different designers' models here as well, as obviously also Games Workshop's miniatures are probably the most popular in attendance because it's a Games Workshop game for the minute. And but this really pretty. We're
Belgium team.
Really
pretty Belgium team.
I guess I won't be getting that. So that's table 5. But there's a really nice Vampire Lord and Zombie Dragon. Okay, Soulblade Gravelords, Adam.
Yes.
They're a death faction. They're playing at the top of the board. We've just seen an objective burn. This is one where you burn your own objectives. This is power in numbers. Okay, we'll talk about that in a little minute. But then he's got a bunch of undead dogs at the top here. Yeah, he's got a bunch of zombies, and he's also got 5 Blood Knights here. He's got Manfred von Karstein at the top, and then this other character, really, really strong, powerful Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be a really awkward game for Nurgle because they don't really want to push up too much because these Soulblade Gravelords are super defensive as well. But at the same time, I don't see why you wouldn't just throw your Poscal Blight Lords straight in and just say, try and deal with me.
Yeah.
Just try. Yeah. Try your best. And if I win, I'll then start burning your objectives.
Yes. Yes.
So actually, I think Nurgle just needs to push forward, because actually the output from the Soulblight Gravelords isn't a lot, especially into an army like Nurgle, where they've got the 5-up ward save.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. But, like, this, I think, is going to be a very cagey match.
I do, yeah, it's going to be cagey, isn't it?
Because I think if we can maybe find out from our table boss who burned that objective, but I'm almost certain the Castelli Dynasty Soulblight Gravelords at the top of the board over on table 5 are I think it's on them. But we'll find out in a moment. Yeah, UN did burn their own objective. I thought so, which means maybe they're going to. Oh, it was just to prevent those flies on the right flank from being able to grab it and burn it for themselves. So they thought that I'll get my own points, and then it gives me less to defend. It's true. Like, it's a fair tactic, I think, in this battle plan. I've only got this part of the board to defend now, and then I can just project power with these Vampire Lord Zombie Dragon, with Manfred in here. The Blood Knights can come around, so it gives them an opportunity to really control the board space a little bit better, in my opinion.
Yeah, but it also gives the Nurgle the opportunity just to now go, all right, there's only 2 objectives, so I'll just put my whole army through these gaps here, and then I don't have to be so wide either. So it's actually, I think, almost a non-issue. Like, you could almost, because the monster counts as 5, you could have almost baited these flies in, and then said, all right, you take that objective, but now you're playing wide.
I agree, but we can't currently give you a shot of the Vampire Lord Zombie Dragon right now because we've got Ronya Watch. Adam, like, we don't have any audio on this right now. Ronya is playing Team Belgium. Come on, tell me what's happening with Ronya. Get part of the story.
So,
this is good.
Ronya played
in
in the singles event here, and she went 5-0, which in itself is insane.
Insane. With Nighthorn in this field, the best competitors in the world, with the best armies in the world, insane.
Absolutely brilliant. And then
1 minute.
She's been playing in the team event. We've had 5 rounds, and she's gone 5-0. So currently she is 10-0.
Which, as a record in of itself, is incredible. But there's 1 round left.
There's 1 round left.
Team Ronya in the chat. Ronya with Nighthorn could 11-0. There probably will be some undefeated Nurgle armies at the end of this day, maybe some undefeated Seraphon. We could also, on table 4, playing for the UN, could also have undefeated Kharadron Overlords. But very few of those players will have gone 11-0, also playing in the singles. And so I'm super excited. Let's go Ronya. Now we're going to go over to Jesper, who's her coach for Team Sweden. And we're going to find out what he thinks. Luke's in the field now, and he's going to give us an update on how they think the pairings went, and just give us a little 5 minutes. Thank you to Luke. Over to you now, buddy.
Table 2. We're back out in the field.
Oliver's just failed
at the Sweden versus Belgium table. Like Rob's saying, we're on Ronya Watch, and I'm being joined by our captain, the Mortal Sweden, Jesper. Jesper, how you doing?
I'm just the coach, but otherwise fine.
Did I say captain?
Yeah, that's Lillen.
That's Lillen. My bad. That's with the mustache. Jesper with the beard, Lillen with the mustache. We'll remember that. So the guys in the chat are super stoked about Ronya going 10-0 with Nighthorn. I think it's a record of some sorts. Can you tell us about the journey as her coach and how Ronya has been feeling this journey, and how are we feeling about the 11-0?
I'm feeling great about it. I love death, and the dead always stay dead or never stay dead, something like that. Ronya has been preparing very good for this, and it's a timeout on that table at the moment, so I need to fucking go.
No worries, Jesper. I'll tell you what, we have got Lillen, who isn't involved in the timeouts. We've been saved by the mustache, who's been able to. What we were just talking to Jesper was about Ronya. Everyone in the chat is super stoked about Ronya going 10-0. We asked Jesper, how has it been as a coaching and assistant team on this journey? Ronya 10-0 and hopefully 11-0. How she found it? How's it been like for Team Sweden?
Like, try to organize it, like follow through, but she's play like organized chaos. Like I have really high stress when I watch her games because I have no clue what's happening. I just trust my gut that she is doing the right decision for her army. So it's just like you have a watchdog and you just let it loose and see what happens. And this is what we're done.
Well, what seems to be happening is nothing but victories. I was walking past this table earlier. I looked across at the Belgian player playing the Seraphon, and I went like this, and he said, No. So he's terrified. Everyone is terrified of Ronja, right?
Yeah, she has really put fear into people. Like, no one knows what it really is until you play it. And even like Simon Weekly, like who played her twice now, you know what's coming, but still, she does something, and it just pushes through. So I'm amazed about her, and I'm so glad that I trusted the process, sticking what are the players comfortable playing, not the best army, and that goes so much longer than just playing the net list.
That's an amazing insight, because you guys with the Swedish team have had a few of these slightly weirder lists, and if I was on your team, I'd completely agree with you. Let the players do what they know best, right? That's such a good insight. Tell me about this last round. Belgium, quite tough opponents, right? How are we feeling about it?
Right now, it's like the missions are so hard because they can turn 3, everything can be at one team's favor. So we have to have some ice in our stomach just to relax and wait and see the turn 3 priority in market territory. But right now, we are in the driving seat for those games, it seems. The Seraphon matchup is looking quite good right now, but anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Like, it's 60 pings.
It's a lot of stuff. Okay, Lillian, you're there that you got your wife and your kids watching you on the stream. Do you want to say hi to them?
Hi! I miss you guys. Really miss you.
Super, super cute, and obviously we love that moustache. Thank you very much, Lillian from Team Sweden. That's us from Ronja Watch. It's looking good. We're going to see if we can keep the dream. We'll let you know when it happens, if it happens. But for now, we're going to head back to Rob and Adam covering UN versus Italy. Over to you guys.
Thanks so much, Luke. Thanks to John in the field for giving us all those updates. You guys are incredible. A shout out to Team Sweden and Ronja. Table 5, 6, just to remind everyone, all over. Table 5, we're still seeing Nurgle advance up into that Soulblight Gravelord's army. So we haven't, but we still haven't looked at table 7 and 8. So let's go take a look at that. This is the Mega Gargants. Adam, this is the first time we've had to talk about Mega Gargants all week.
And honestly, I'm so happy.
It's such a dream. We could even be excited.
Oh, you know what? I am excited. Do you want to know why?
Go on, tell me.
So this Mega Gargant army is a Stomper tribe. It started with 2 Gatebreakers, a Kraken Eater, and a War Stomper.
Yes.
Right, so we had 4 Gargants, and look at the board.
Oh, it's 3 Gargants on it.
There's 3 Gargants on it.
3 Gargants.
Because 1 Gargant went down in the very first turn. And one of the reasons for that...
to see it.
One of the reasons for that is for this character down here. Because he is Bastion Cathalos. And he has a really good command ability, especially against
Badass
Gargants.
Cathalos is what they really call him.
Because what he does, he picks an enemy unit on the battlefield.
He's like, I don't like you.
He rolls a dice for every wound that they have.
And Gargants have got 35.
And for every 4 plus,
4 plus,
he
that's
does
half.
a mortal wound.
Oh my god, that's
So
17 and a half mortal wounds.
Bearing in mind, Gargants have 35 wounds. How many mortal wounds is that?
17 and a half. 17.5.
And
I
do
know what you're asking
Gargants
yourself.
have a ward save to protect themselves?
They generally, it's actually a 6 plus, Adam. Sugar.
You know. Because he picked the Gargant that didn't have an amulet.
Oh no! Wait, no. Does it? Is it? Wait, is Bastion a 6 plus or a 4 plus?
I don't care. He did some mortal wounds.
Okay.
So he did a lot of mortal wounds to a Gargant. All right.
Goodness, it's a 6.
All right, it's a 6.
It's okay.
Right,
No, it's okay. No,
it's still at least 5 to 8 mortal wounds.
Listen, it's really good, and I would like it to be a 4 plus if I'm honest. I would like Bastion to have a rule that says if there's a Gargant, it dies.
It dies.
Yeah, that would be the balancing thing that I would like to see from
But
Age
he
of
still did a
Sigmar.
load of mortal wounds. He then charged in with some dragons, killed a Gargant, and it's also meant that he's been able to run down, take this objective. He's got this objective and this objective. Now we're playing Marking Territory, so he owns 3 objectives.
It does. Okay, so Marking Territory we've already seen lost by Team Italy in under an hour.
Yeah.
So Marking Territory, you need to own all 4 objectives, or you need to own 3 objectives and burn the other guy's objective and just make him really sad.
Yeah.
So sad that he drinks an entire pint in under 1 minute.
Now,
Yes,
if we have finished turn 2,
we have.
okay,
Not.
and we roll
We have.
our priority,
Yes.
right? We finish turn 2, roll our priority. If the Stormcast Eternal player wins the priority, he's going to give the priority to the Gargant player.
Yeah.
And he'll burn this bottom objective, meaning he will own all the objectives on the battle.
So
and
we're in
win
Italy's
the
turn
game.
2.
Yeah.
Chosen bring it down on the Dragon engage.
Okay, so we've got the War Stomper at the bottom of the board, engaged with 2 units of Stormdrake Guard. So Gargants, let me quickly tell you what happened. Okay, way back in the day, there was Behemoth. He was the big god. He was a realm beast, Adam, yeah? And he stomped around the mortal realms. Then he tripped, he fell down, and he was sick. And out of his mouth was birthed the Gargant race. That's how they were born.
That's not a true story.
That's I mean, it's none of it's a true story, but it's the made-up story. It's the made-up story to represent whatever's going on in the mortal realms. That's how it
not
happened.
a true fake story.
Huh?
That's not a true fake story.
It's a true fake story. I promise. And then he fell asleep and became a mountain range.
No.
I promise that's
not
a story.
a true fake story.
I promise that's a story. So, and that is why Mega Gargants on the table make everyone sick. That's the kind of that's how it moves on.
So that's why every time I see Gargants, I want to be sick.
Yes, that's how it works. I'm just telling you. Anyway, but these Mega Gargants, to be fair, hold these objectives really well because they count as more models than the opposing team's models, right?
They do. They count as 20 models on each objective. However, the Dragons count as 5 models on each objective. So again, like I said, depending on what happens in the next priority, if this turn is given away, we'll get this burn and then potentially see all the Dragons swarm to this objective
to capture it as quickly as
capture
possible.
it and win the game.
Yeah. So they've swarmed over already and burnt them with their Dragonfire. It's actually a really, really beautiful army put together by Lucas from the UN team. Frederico's also got a really, really pretty Gargant army, so it's a really nice battle anyway. He's got all of his dragons have got like smoke billows coming out of them, which I think is really good. So it's not a particularly complex game whenever we cover a Gargants match.
No.
There's not much going on.
I actually prefer watching Gargants now they've lost the 5-up ward save with the Amulet Destiny.
I agree. I much prefer seeing them now. I see them less.
Now I see them less.
Now
yes.
I see them less. I prefer.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, because it is engaging and it is very interesting. But also it's very clear what's going on. The 3 big dudes need to die unless you're rooting for Gargants, in which case the Dragons need to die. But the Gargants are in a tough spot. They hold that bottom left, no, they don't. They hold the top right and the top left objective. They're trying to contest at the bottom, but at the minute, I think Frederico is going to put that Gatebreaker Mega Gargant, which is the kind of most fighty one, is moving over into maybe the top right. Like he's thinking it through, man. This is looking like a tough play. Like he's really being like, what do I do?
Where do I move this one model?
I've got one model, but it's important. Yes, you make less decisions as Sons of Behemoth player, but each decision is so much more impactful.
Yeah.
So much more impactful. So it's going to have to be. We did a Run Your update literally seconds ago. She's
the
fine.
chat is thirsty.
Thirsty for the Run Your update. Will Run You go 11-0? We're so close to finding out, but we don't know the minute. I think he's going to go top right-hand corner. He can't go top left-hand corner, right?
It's screened off really nicely by those Stormcast Vindictors.
How do screens work, Adam?
So screens is when you put a unit that you don't really mind dying in a place where you want to block the enemy from moving to. So in this example, they've blocked off this objective here to stop the Mega Gargants from getting there.
From combat.
So as you can see here, they've used the Vindictors to screen off this objective, which would mean this Gargant wouldn't actually ever be able to get onto this objective unless he charges and then wakes a turn. However, he's almost got to go this way, but instead he's actually elected to charge this dragon here and try and take it off. I don't think it's an okay play.
I think that's actually fairly smart. Instead of being worried about the immediate implications of like the wipe on turn 3, he's being like, do you know what? If I reduce these, you aren't going to ever threaten to do the same to me.
Yeah.
And sure, maybe I lose, maybe I don't. But if I can get rid of these dragons and these dragons, I'm actually in an okay place. You don't have any shooting. You've got nothing to bring to bear. And if I really want to, I can double team the Gargants and bully up. You're absolutely right, though. That priority roll will change the shape of this. But if he frees up one of those Mega Gargants, then if he kills the dragons and then frees up one of these objectives by burning it, then he's going to be able to. Then the Gargant's just be able to push one
Yeah.
or both up here,
Can
and
we-
actually Stormcast are in a tough position.
Can we find out how many wounds the bottom right Gargant is on? 'Cause
Oh,
that's
yes.
actually really important. It's got some wound dice next to it. And I'd love to see how many wounds that bottom right Gargant actually have. So it's taken 27 wounds.
How
which
is this possible?
only means it's got 8 wounds remaining.
How is that possible? This is table 6, right?
7.
7, table 7. Yeah, okay, table 7. That's crazy.
Because right in front of it, there was a unit of long strikes.
Oh, right, there's that unit isn't Liberators.
I know, it's long
It's
strikes.
6 long strikes.
I said that.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so those long strikes have been shooting really effectively onto that Gargant. And honestly, if that Gargant goes down, this is a completely different game. However, I do like the fact that the Gargant has elected to go for the dragons, because it means that even if we lose the priority here and a Gargant dies, we can just castle on one objective and play for the draw.
Yes.
Because if one Gargant goes down, there is no way that this player can win this game.
No, I agree with you, absolutely.
But he can play for a draw.
He can play
Which is
for a draw.
really important in a teams event, especially if he kills those dragons, and then the only powerhouse is from the Raptors.
Especially if we look at the leaderboard right now. Italy playing in 10th place at the minute. They want to get as they want Italy currently in 10th place. They want as many points as they can because they'd love to come top half of the table. Right, there's 22 teams. You want to come top half,
yeah.
And then if you can, you want to come top 10. And then if you can, you probably want to come top 3.
5.
Yeah,
and
top
then
5.
If you can't do top 5, you want to do top 3. and if you're not in the top 3, you want to be top 1.
Yeah, that's how it works. Thanks, Kuro, in the chat for donating 600 bits, and everyone for tuning in live and donating gift subscriptions and subs and subscribing. It's really appreciated. Okay, we're going to have to do it. Just quickly, table 6. We have talked about that, haven't we? Sorry, 1 second, chat. Table 6. We've talked about that game.
So
That's
this
the one
game
that's over.
was over in the first half an hour because essentially the Nurgle player moved down, burnt the bottom left objective, won the game.
Yes. Okay, we're going to have to talk about the big goss here. Adam, table 8.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, goodness me.
Right.
Okay.
Let me try and give you some kind of
I like how me and Adam were like, right, okay.
DR
Okay,
of this game.
Okay, so Tzeentch is one of the armies that's playing. It's demons who love magic and change, and they've got 40. There are 40 40 pink horrors, a unit of 30 and a unit of 10. And when you kill them, they explode. That's a good place to start us off. Adam, they're up against
the Legions of the First Prince army, which is another all-demon army that has also got a lot of these pink horrors in, which when they split into blue horrors, and it gets very complicated. But this Legions of the First Prince army also has a Boom Thirster that you can see right there. It also has a Be'lakor. It's got the blue scribes to help it out, casting, and it does have some output with it. I'm just going to go to the top down a second because we've got Be'lakor just here who's holding this objective. You've got 10 Legions of the First Prince pink horrors there. You've got Kairos
This is a mess.
sat here.
This is a mess.
You've got the Tzeentchian pink horrors here. You've got the Tzeentch pink horrors here, which have now started splitting into blue horrors. And the Boom Thirster's gone in there, and they're trying to stop. You got the Tzeentch blue horrors there. But honestly, this game is going to be an absolute mess.
It's going to be a mess. And that doesn't mean that it's not interesting. It's just mechanically, it's really, really weird. Kairos at the back of the board. Okay, so talking about Legion of the First Prince, mechanically the way they work, they're kind of a control deck army. They shut down charges, they stop moves, they do a bunch of other things. But they're up against Tzeentch, who also kind of have a lot of those control elements because they've got Destiny dice, the ability to choose the result of some.
Every time I've seen
and Destiny
Tzeentch
dice in the AOS Worlds comp pack has been comped to be able to affect rerolls.
No.
Okay, right, so we're going over to our interview for Team Germany. I know someone in the chat was asking about that earlier. So oh no, is that mic on? No, it's not. Okay, good. We're going over to Team Germany now. We're going over to our man in the field who's going to give us an update. Go, Luke.
Okay, guys, here we are. We're here with Team Germany. Horns from Team Germany. We like to see it. We've got Stefan, we've got Wolfgang, we've got Colin, the German coaching trio. We've been seeing these guys throughout the weekend, and they've been absolute gentlemen. So, Stefan, you've got Scotland in round 6. How are we feeling about Scotland?
I think we are feeling well, because we teach them yesterday evening how they have to play. So
you guys went out for dinner?
Yes, we went after dinner and we talked about some strategies that they didn't know, how to play dragons with charging, and so when we are losing, it's my fault because I teach them everything I know.
So you're not only coaching the German team, you're coaching the Scottish team as well?
Yeah, shame on me.
Wolfgang, round 6 of the World is the last time you're going to be playing in 2022. How's it been? What's the experience been like?
Well, so far, of course, it has been a blast for us. There have been, right from the start, every game was intense, every game was exciting, and it could have swung both ways. So yeah, we're feeling pretty stoked to be here at the Worlds, at the event, to have the chance to play, to represent our country, and hopefully score in the last round.
We'd like to see it. We've seen the guys in the chat asking about Team Germany, so we've definitely got people at home watching you guys cheering you on, which is amazing. Colin, what's been your favourite Worlds moment, man? One moment that summarises it. What's it been?
My favorite moment was the first talk I had with Bill Sousa when I went in the hotel about Fireslayer. I love Fireslayer, it's my army, and it was so cool. Yeah, that was my...
Give you any good tips?
Play Magmadros on a single event. I have to say one thing, you guys did a great job at the tournament. Great.
Colin, baby Colin, absolute sweetheart. Thank you very much for the German coaching trio. We're going to go have a look at some of the tables now and see what's going on in the Scotland versus Germany matchup. So we're going to start at the end if John follows me over here, because we've got a birthday boy. We've got Sinky from Team Scotland with his dragons facing against IDK. I couldn't think of a better way to spend my birthday here at Worlds at the grand final day. So I hope he's having a great time. Big up to him in the chat. Moving along, we've got Max, Dwarf Max, and his Fire Slayers fighting against the Scottish IDK. Max giving me a cheeky wink. That just made me flutter. That's exactly what we like to see. We've got the dancing. Look at his belt. He's got some traditional German trousers. So trouser watch hot on Max from Germany at the moment. We're going to keep going along because we've got Scott from Team Scotland. It makes sense. Keep playing, man. Keep playing. Focus. You need a lot of attention to play Gargants, I've been told. So keep your focus on the game. and Scott's Gargants are facing up against the Flies, the Nurgle Flies, which is what you like to see. What we have been seeing, we haven't seen it on this matchup, but we've seen it on stream and we've seen it elsewhere. A lot of early finishes because of the battle plans on this round. Games like Marking Territory and the other battle plans where you can burn, resulting in some gotcha moments. I know it happened to in the Team America matchup. Noah finished really early because of the battle plan. It happened in the Team Malta versus Holland matchup. So we're going to get some early results in, and then I think some of the other games are going to take a long time because we've got armies like Legion the First Prince from Tobias facing off against the Living Cities. So it's going to be some short games and some fast games. That's what we're seeing in this round. Beautiful army from Tobias there. We can't get enough of that on camera. It was on the best painted stream, so it was hope we'll see how he gets on with that one. We're going to keep going along. Got the Germany versus Scotland matchup. We've got Dragons versus Piggies. We're seeing hyper-aggressive armies facing up against each other, which is always exciting on a volatile battle plan like Marking Territory. So I'm going to guess that this is going to be finished soon when you've got fast-moving armies on these sort of battle plans. Moving over, we've got the Archaon with the cup, which we've seen coming in clutch a few times this tournament already. We've seen that on stream, the Archaon ability being able to predict know the result of the priority roll so that the player can act accordingly in that battle plan. And that's super, super clutch in missions like this where you can burn and win automatically. And the last table that we're going to look at for the Germany versus Scotland matchup is the Kosh's Seraphon with the amazing Bastillodon conversions versus some Soulblight. So we've had some amazing games. Scotland versus Germany. The German guys smashing it as always. Team Scotland giving it their best effort, and we're ready to go back to Adam and Rob over in the booth to get you more from Team Italy.
Thank you very much, Luke, in the field. Welcome back to the World Team Championships 2022, held in Prague, sponsored by the Gamer EU group. And we are back to table one in this matchup between Italy and the United Nations. Ooh, what a game. We got Fire Slayers playing in the bottom right-hand corner, trying to push up into the Seraphon. Seraphon turn one, moved into the mid-board.
They did.
Yeah, they took some pot shots. They weren't able to kill much because the Fire Slayers were deployed too deep. Fire Slayers now on turn two have engaged these skink front lines with the Magmadroth and the Hearthguard
Berserkers.
And they've also brought a deep striking unit down to this bottom left-hand corner, as well as bringing this Magmic Invocation into the center to do damage. This does still leave the Skink Chief on Stegodon, the Engine of the Gods, and Bastillodon on the back of the board to do a load of work into these shooting units. And I guess it's a ticking clock. They've also summoned some Saurus Warriors. Ticking clock to see whether or not those Fire Slayers can hold that center objective. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I really like because the 30-man Skink unit did move up to the center, but they aren't dead yet due to the fact that they are Thunder Lizards, which means that they're -1 to be damaged, and it's kind of baited the Fire Slayers straight in here, which leaves the Stegodons to come through here, the Bastillodons start doing work here, charge onto the objective, and almost just start taking the Fire Slayers off. Whether they've still got the damage output just within these three monsters is yet to be seen, but more than likely they do have that damage output, and it'll be whether these Fire Slayers can withstand the output from those Bastillodon and Stegodons.
Yeah, there's some skinks left, but I'm not sure. I'm not certain right now at all. But I'm very excited to see how this matchup.
Yeah, this should be really, really good. I mean, we've obviously still got this block down here, which means that they're going to have to try and deal with that over here. I don't see how you can deal with all of these Fire Slayers at once.
Me either, baby.
And the Hearthguard just need to hold on tight.
They do, they really do. Okay, over onto table two. Let me tell you, this has been a story of disaster. Yeah, a double from... No, okay, there was a lot of Dragon Ogres. I'll start you off. The Dragon Ogres being played by Francesco at the bottom. Move forward, we had a unit of 3 and a unit of 3 here, screening out. A big unit of 6 at the back, big unit of 6 at the back. First turn, he moved up those screening units. Obviously, Francesco, the Beast of Chaos at the bottom, took the first turn, pushed up, created a screen. He's like, you can't beat my Dragon Ogres. The Bow Snakes were like, I laugh at you. Shot off this unit here. Morathi moved forward and took out the next unit. Got the double turn. Went into turn 2. So now Morathi's here, the Bow Snakes are here. He decides, I'm going to go for not bring it down, Broken Ranks, which is where you destroy a battle line unit of Dragon Ogres at the bottom, shoots into them, takes them down to 1 Dragon Ogre left. Morathi needs a 8-inch charge, rolls a 6, but because of the Blood Rights table, 7-inch charge, rolls a 5, but because of the Blood Rights ability, is allowed to reroll 1s to charge. Rolls a 5 and a 1.
Okay.
5 and a 1.
Yep.
He's allowed to reroll the 1, so he needs anything but a 1 to get into this Dragon Ogre unit and get the battle tactic with the monster for 3 victory points. Rolls that 1 into a 1. Adam, I've done it 1,000 times. I've done it 1,000 times, but unfortunately, it happened again. So a 1 into a 1, which means that unit was kept alive. So Morathi went into the second unit of Dragon Ogre of 6 and have reduced it down to 2. And as we've seen since then, we've rallied back 1 unit of Dragon Ogres, and we are set up for the Beast of Chaos double with, as you can see, these Dragon Ogres and a Dragon Ogre Shaggoth at the top. There are 4 Dragon Ogre Shaggoths on the board. 1, 2, 3, 4 monster Dragon Ogre Shaggoths looking to score victory points, and they're charging into this Witch Elf screen at the top. That's a lot, right?
A lot. And honestly, I think I really like this play from the Beast of Chaos, where they've sort of chosen a flank to go down, and they're trying to deal with whatever's up here to try and take this objective away from the Daughters of Cain. But I also really like this Morathi play, putting the pressure on these 2 objectives and potentially putting pressure on the Herdstone as well. Because if that Herdstone gets blown up, it reduces the output and the summoning capabilities of the Beasts of Chaos.
Yeah, it really does. Table 7, we're in such a rush right now. These games are over really quick because of some of these battle plans. So Gargants, look at the shape. So they were able to kill 2 dragons down the bottom, like we talked about, leave another on 1 wound. This other Gargant still alive, and this Gargant at the top, don't forget, when it charges, does mortal wounds. It charged in, did impact hits and mortal wounds, and then it was able to pile it up. Monstrous action, do a stomp, pile into the gap left by that unit, get itself on the objective, meaning that Gargants hold 1, 2, and 3. Then they won the priority roll, and they gave the turn away.
Sorry. Basically, yeah, so the Stormcast player won the priority. He had to give it away because or else his objective would get burnt.
Thank you, Table
Then
Matt.
the Stormcast player burnt this objective. The Gargant player went, you know what, that's fine by me. I'll just move this way. I'll take this objective, I'll take this objective, and you know what, I've already got this objective, got all 3, won the game.
Amazing job. Amazing. This battle plan really polarizing.
Volatile, isn't it?
Volatile. Very
volatile.
Especially for the pairing process, putting this in. We've heard that there are a lot of games that are finished super early.
I really like this mission for teams.
Do you actually?
For singles, no.
I think what would be amazing would be to have this on, like, as a match, maybe like the second round in a day. So everyone just gets like a really early finish.
I'd like this match every game. Every game.
This is why you're the Warhammer Freedom Fighter and a problem.
This and the Vice.
All at the same time. Look at the players on this table are having a great time. They're just having loads of fun. That's it. Italy, I think, okay, we're going to table 4 in a minute after this, but it looks like Italy and the UN having a really great time on this. John giving us those shots, but we're going to go to table 4.
Yeah. So table 4 is the Italian Daughters of Cain Calibron army versus Marcus and his KO army. And it looks like there's not a lot of KO left. There's not a lot of KO left. It looks like they've managed to... The Morathi and the Bow Snakes have done a lot of work. There's still an Ironclad up here. There's some lowly Arcanaut company here with Morathi staring them down, ready to murder them off. But it looks like the Daughters of Cain aren't really on any of the objectives at the moment.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a bit of an issue because they're going to need to really try and catch up now and try and start scoring points. We've also still got a Celestant Prime in the sky.
Yes.
Able to be brought down.
Oh, and we've got that middle objective has just been burnt again. But the Celestant Prime whiffed and came down and did nothing, got murdered.
What?
Murdered. Well, I think the Celestant Prime he didn't do nothing. He was actually here. He was actually here into the Bow Snakes and was here. Then Morathi returned, attacked, and then fought here and killed it. So really isn't much left for Kharadron Overlords. They've got the Ironclad at the top and the Arcanaut, but with Morathi still on the board and the Bow Snakes, and with the ability to potentially rally, we can shoot these off or shoot these off. And I feel like this is a dominant position for Daughters of Cain at the minute. But Marcus currently up on points. This is a dream moment for Marcus with his Kharadron Overlords. He's currently 5-0. So don't count him out. He's won 5 games up until this. He will love to tell you the story of how it happened.
He will definitely love to tell you the story later.
Yeah, he would love to tell you the story. And and you're going to be able to see, you might see him do a 6-0, which would be amazing because he's one of the few. In fact,
he's the only Kharadron Overlords player at this entire event.
Yes. So it's very volatile right now, and we'll see how this pans out. I think Luke said we might have an interview from around the field, but I just want to make sure we keep it updated with these tables. Yeah. Table 3.
Yeah, table 3 looking very different. We started off the game with
they charge?
With the Ironjawz army all over here, but they've done the traditional at this point, play against the Thunder Lizards.
As is tradition.
You take your army, you charge it into the Thunder Lizards, and you pin it in.
Yeah.
And you say, this is fine, I've got you. I've got you now.
Yeah.
The issue is, every time we've seen this happen, the Thunder Lizards go, all right, I'm in my castle. I'm quite happy. I'm going to shoot you off, and then once I've killed you, then I'll go for a leisurely stroll
Honestly,
for the objectives.
watching these games have been horrific because I've just seen people confidently. I've seen people, and there's an Englishman who's like, with tails still in my mind, being taught in schools of English line infantry, just walking towards machine gun. I feel like the charge of the light brigade's being repeated time and time again in front of my eyes, Adam.
Every time.
And I hate it, sick of it, sick to
Livid.
see it. Yes. Right, so we're going to go to our man Luke in the field. He's done an amazing job all weekend with John of bringing us updates of what's happening at the rest of the event. Don't forget that we have 22 teams playing. We're covering only 2 teams playing here on the stream. Another 10 matches happening. Loads to play for. Over to Luke. Luke, you're live now.
We're live now. You probably caught us doing a bit of a dance. We're here with some of the Dutch guys. We've got Olaf. How's it doing, Olaf?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good, and we've got our man Jeffrey Missouri. How you doing?
I'm doing amazing, man. Thanks.
That's what we'd like to hear. So we have had Team Holland face off against Team Malta in round 6 of Worlds. Jeffrey, we've had a lot of games finished, by the way, guys, because we've got those janky battle plans that we've been talking about, marking territories and things like that. Jeffrey, man, how did you get on against Team Malta?
I faced Stormcast. It's always a bit swingy because I play Daughters of Cain. But the luck fell to my side this time. So I tabled him turn 2. So yeah, it was a great win, 20-0. And the team is looking very good right now. We have already like 4 20-0s lining up. So it looks like we are going to cap this round. And that feels great because first day we won 2 games. Then yesterday was a disaster. Like we got crushed by Wales. And what was the other team again? Belgium. They were very good as well. Like we had solid games, but yeah, we just straight up lost. So yeah, that felt kind of bad. And now today we got to like recoup, and yeah, we got 2 victories, so we are 4-2 now.
That's it. Yeah, well done. 4-2 for Team Holland. It's looking like once the dust settles, which is a super great result for Team Holland with their first year at Worlds, right?
Yes. This is our first year, so yeah, feels amazing.
Amazing. And now Olaf. Yeah. Garden Mirror, round 6, is that right?
Yeah, man, second time this week actually. First time I played the Gargant's Mirror against Scotland in round 1 on the Vice. It was really interesting, and today as well. It was a very dicey game. In the end, the Malta player won with 3 points, but it was a very good game, and yeah, I liked it. It was very nice, yeah.
Very nice. Speaking of very nice, Worlds, we've finished. Well, pretty much. Well, you're finished, right? So tell us, what was the one of the best moments of World for you? What's the highlight been?
Probably the game against Scotland. Yeah, I really liked the Scottish team. They were very merry people, relaxed guys, you know, and the Gargant match was a very, very good match. And I think that was my highlight of the week, yeah.
You're most happy when Gargants and Gargants are just smashing each other, right?
I mean, yeah, I prefer that over Stormcast at the moment, for sure, yeah.
Makes sense. Well, thank you very much to Jeffrey and Olaf from Team Holland. I'm going to get John to follow me and see if we can't speak to any of the Team Malta players who have had a fantastic showing here at Worlds. Obviously one of the smaller AOS scenes, but they've managed to do super well. I'm going to see if we can't speak to Maximus from Team Malta. Hey Maximus, man, do you want to come over here for a second? Yeah, he wants to come over here for a second. We've just spoke to Olaf, who was your round 6 opponent against Holland. Gargant Mirror. We know how the result went. 5-1 with Gargants for Team Malta. How does it feel, buddy?
Very proud of myself. You know, it was a great experience. I played a lot of good players, you know, and you know, there were ups and downs, you know, and their Gargants are fun. I mean, they're just fun.
I'm sure the other 2 Maltese players that are out there not here at Worlds are super proud of you going 5-1 at Malta, so congratulations. It's all over for you now. Tell us about your favourite moment at Worlds. What's been the highlight?
Favorite moments at Worlds? Difficult to say, but there are quite a few. I guess it was when I took down Archeon.
Oh, we did that on stream, right?
Yes. That was such a big relief, you know, and like, you know, good, you know, a good battle scenario in the middle of the table.
That's what you like to see. Now, are we going to see Malta again back here at Worlds? Are we coming back?
Hopefully, yes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Maximus. 5-1s with Gargants. That's got, you know, with the update coming in, making them maybe not as strong. I'm impressed. So well done, Maximus. And we're going to head over back to Rob and Adam in the booth to get the rest of the game. Team UN versus Team Italy.
Thanks very much, Luke, and thank you to everyone for tuning in live. Welcome to the Age of Sigmar World Team Championships 2022, and we have got a match between Italy and the United Nations. An hour and a half left on the clock, and we're jumping to table number 5. If you want updates from the rest of the matchups, you're going to have to wait until the end of the round. In fact, the first place that will be announced live will be live here in the event hall, so you won't be able to find any information until it gets announced live here. So we won't get those updates because they won't want us to know.
No.
Basically.
Why would they? The first people to know should be the teams, right?
The first people to know should be the teams, and that seems like the fairest play.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So what's happening in this matchup that we're looking at now, Adam?
So I went over to this table, and we hadn't looked at it in a little bit of time because both players were playing super conservatively. Yes. However, the last thing we saw was a Soulblight Gravelord player burnt his own objective to stop the flies that are now here from just swooping in and taking that objective off of him. However, what's happened because of that is the Nurgle player responded by burning his own objective.
Amazing.
And then shooting up the board and really putting the pressure on the Soulblight Gravelord player. And he's thrown his Great Unclean One into the dogs here. He's thrown Plague Bearers up here. He's got his 3 flies here, and the Puskor Blightlords coming in to try and do some work over here. And honestly, I really like this aggressive play from the aggressive play from Nurgle army, because it's now started to force the Soulblight Gravelord army into his own deployment zone, meaning that these 2 objectives here are unthreatened while the Nurgle is up on points.
Yeah, that's really clever. Again, very aggressive forward motion, like pinning the opponent back. Nurgle's so good at this, especially if you don't have big output units.
Yeah.
You know, something like a block of 20 Graveguard. I mean, even a Vampire Lord and Zombie Dragon, which I'm still hoping to get a shot of. John on table. Oh, John's there. Amazing. John, can you get me a close-up on Vampire Lord and Zombie Dragon? It's like the winged creature. Which is it's going to be tough to get because it's in the middle of the board now. Don't want to disturb the players. But that Great Unclean One is battling it out against a beautiful 3D sculpt for Vampire Lord and Zombie Dragon. Arguably a little bit better than the GW one, which is kind of dated now.
A little bit, yeah.
Been out for a while. It's not to say you can't make one look big, but it's just a really cool sculpt. The wings are really nice, and yeah, I'm just a really big fan of that model. I think it's got the kind of like nice, like reduced energy of a necrotic Vampire Lord. Like I do. I think it's really well thought about in the design phase. So big fan of that. There is lots of negative space. Shout out Vince. I know you'd love that. Right, okay. He does. He loves it. Right, so that Great Unclean One at the top, pushing in hard with those plague drones. Adam,
yeah, pushing in
not
hard.
Flies, drones instead.
I mean,
finally.
I mean, we have got Puskor Blightlords here as well. So
okay. All right.
We do still have some, but we do have some drones, and we also have some Puskor Blightlords, because you can't have a Nurgle army without any Puskor Blightlords now, can you?
You cannot do that. That is not allowed.
But no, I really like this play from the Nurgle player, just pushing his advantage. I think he's up by like 1 point, and actually, if he just pushes and keeps pushing, he can just win the game by just pinning the opponent in.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Right, so, looking really good. So that's table 5. Table 6, we already know, table 6 is over?
Yeah, table 6 is over. We had a really quick win for the Nurgle there, which was Team UN.
Super fast.
Table 7 was a win for the Stomper tribe.
Wow,
took
also
out
over.
Very quick finish game. Stormcast player burnt this objective down here, so the Gargant player pushed here, and then stayed here, claiming all 3 and keeping those objectives.
So that's table 7 as well. So that only puts us to table 8, which is this mess. That's right. So Kairos Fate Weaver was at the bottom of the board. Where's Kairos gone?
So Kairos.
There's 2 Kairoses.
Yeah. So we've got Kairos up here for the Legions of the First Prince player, but I don't think we've got, and the Kairos down here.
Yes.
For the Eternal Conflagration Tzeentch army.
Thank you to Eric Sund in the chat for donating 5 gift subscriptions. Really appreciate anyone donating gift subscriptions or subscribing. Help us support the show. It's really appreciated. We are an independent channel and we're not sponsored by anyone, so it does give us the opportunity to bring you unbiased and and unfiltered content, which I hope you guys enjoy. So just look at this mess. So that on the far left-hand side, that was our unit of 30 pink horrors.
Okay.
Yeah, fighting that Boom Thirster. They moved up aggressively into the center of the board, and as you can see, Kairos is actually at the back. So Kairos is there. Thanks, John. Just keep that still a second. So our pink horrors moved up here, but they engaged with Be'lakor, the Boom Thirster, and there's a lot of output out of those two, and some Khorne Fleshhounds. So it's just been this kind of back and forth at the moment, trying to keep the Boom Thirster and Be'lakor back, while Kairos cast spells against Kairos, trying to stop.
Casting spells?
Yeah, well, that's why Kairos has actually moved back, I'm pretty certain, to put them outside of Unbind range, to give the ability to attack here. Big fan of that at the moment. It's just really, really solid. But those 30 pink horrors pinning in the opponent and making it so they can't move and they're trapped. However, these are in the first Prince pink horrors gleefully holding this
top
objective.
left, right next to Be'lakor, there is a
and
spore.
then over on the left-hand side,
there is a Tzeentch spore.
Is another 10 pink horrors, but this time for Tzeentch. I know it's a mess, right? But pink horrors for Legion of the First Prince, pink horrors at the bottom for Tzeentch, Kairos over here, Kairos in this back corner, and then 30 pink horrors fighting an avatar of the god of chaos and war.
Now, do you know what's quite interesting about this?
Yes, tell me.
So you see all the 30 pink horrors?
Yeah.
They're now all brimstone horrors, which means they're essentially on the lowest level that they can be, which now means they are kind of killable. So basically what has happened is they're killable now, and if they get killed by something that isn't pink horrors, something that isn't Kairos, or something that isn't Be'lakor,
yes,
then the Legions of the First Prince player will actually score 3 points
Amazing.
for killing that unit, because
Amazing.
they are a prime target,
Yes.
and they're reinforced twice, which means you score 3 points for killing that unit.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing stuff. Absolutely love to see it. He's out of 100 in the first rounds. Okay, thank you very much over there. Right, so just a shout out to Tom and all the event staff helping run the event today and Worlds.
About to interview him if you give me a minute.
All right, perfect. That would be really excellent. So Tom, who runs the Alliance Open as well, has been brought in to run the event, while most of the council members, because council members for AOS Worlds are made up of the
captains
of the teams, so unable to obviously run the event because they're currently playing in the event. So they've brought in obviously outside help. Right, so we're going to be going live now. Luke is going to be talking to Tom. Tom's an absolute treasure, so I can't wait to hear what he says about the event. Luke, over to you now.
Okay, guys, here we are. We're in the field, and I've got an absolute treat of an interview for you. We've got Tom, one of the judges, one of the organisers here. We've got 1.5 hours left, just under. We've done a lot of work. It's been a lot of a big journey to get here, Tom. How has the experience been? AOS Worlds Prague 2022. What's it been like?
Yeah, it's been amazing, really. I think things could have gone better in some prep work, obviously, but I think from the moment we started the event, it's been a blast, and we've had nearly no issues at all. So nearly, yeah. Obviously, you always have some issues, but I think in the end we could be very happy about how things are going, and we've had some very positive responses from everyone here. So
everyone, all the players, all the coaches that I've been speaking to have had huge smiles on their faces. Unless they're facing off against Ronya, then they look a little bit more scared. But everyone has had a super good time. From the organisers' perspective, is there any message you want to give to any of the players, any of the teams, any of the fans that have been watching?
Well, obviously, I want to thank all the players and the captains for being all true gentlemen to us. And obviously, I also want to point out to nations that have not attended yet, to please make sure you can attend next year, because for me, this is peak Warhammer, and this is what it's all about.
Amazing. Okay, Tom, anyone you want to shout out back at home? Any other last mentions you want to give to the camera?
Yeah, sure. I think my mate Inyas is watching, so I'm going to give a shout out to him, and I want to thank you guys as well for doing the amazing work you do.
Amazing, Tom. Thank you very much. Rob and Adam are just having a quick break in the tabletop. So what we're going to do is John's going to follow me over to the tables here. In fact, no, we're ready to go to Rob. Rob's on his own. Doesn't even need Adam anymore. Adam's just dead weight at this point. So we're going to go over to Rob.
Thanks very much, Bud. Okay, just everyone just at home really quickly, we're just going to be taking a quick 2-minute break. We just got to sort a very quick technical issue. I really, really appreciate you just taking a moment for us. So we'll be back in 1 moment. Just 2 minutes, get yourself a drink, and we'll be back very, very soon. Okay, welcome back to the Age of Sigmar World Team Championships in Prague. This event has been sponsored by Gamer.eu, and it is the dying moments of a 6-round super stonker between 22 teams competing to be the champions of the world. This is the Tabletop Sports Network. I'm Adam, and this is Rob. I'm Rob,
Adam.
And this is Adam.
Hello.
I just wish I was Adam. And we're back.
Everyone does.
And we're back to table 1. How are you feeling about this match, Adam?
I really like this match. I like how the Fire Slayers went in central, tried to hold out as long as they could. But right now, what's going to happen is this Bastillodon has moved up to try and shoot some stuff off. We've got the 2 Stegodons that have charged in to try and clear out these Fire Slayers here. And if they manage to do that, they're going to control this middle objective and then start being able to whittle down what is left. Because once these Hearthguard go down, there's only going to be 1 unit of Hearthguard there, a Magma Droth, and a small unit of Hearthguard there.
I mean, you're asking for a lot, though. You're asking for an Engine of the Gods and Skink Chief. That's the units you have here to take out quite a lot of combat punch. Not necessarily certain that that's what you're going to be able to get, so we'll see.
Have you seen the output of a Skink Chief on Stegodon?
I have, and I've also seen the output of a Stegodon. It's bonkers.
Especially when you add the buffs that they've probably done this turn, which is the +1 attacks to all their profiles. You can do a Skink Chief buff onto them for another +1 to attacks, and then there's a couple of other buffs you can do that make them even better.
Yeah.
So actually,
talk about Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's more Tyrannosaurus Wrecked. Over at table 2, this is our match of the Dragon Ogres between the Dragon Ogres and the Beast of Chaos being pushed forward by Francesco against Oliver and his Calibron Daughters of Cain. Beasts of Chaos got the priority into turn 3, and they've been able to be very, very aggressive in this battle plan, power in numbers. As you can see, Marathi unable to get to grips with this unit at the bottom, which has now returned in size after a rally. They got whittled down to 2 Dragon Ogres. They're back to 4 Dragon Ogres because of that amazing rally. They've pushed up here, and they're threatening this back objective. Those Bosakes still safe.
But I really like how the Beast of Chaos players has played here, because what they've done is they've taken this objective up here, or they're trying to take this objective and putting a lot of pressure on with a lot of Dragon Ogres and a Dragon Ogre Shaggoth. They're also sitting here nice, quite happily, to be honest, sitting on this objective, a few Dragon Ogres and 2 Dragon Ogre Shaggoths. The only threat to them is Morathi, who has probably taken a fair few wounds at this point.
Yeah.
I also think the Beast Chaos player is played really nicely. The issue they're going to have is because they won the priority and they took it, this objective at the back here has been burned.
Yeah, so Oliver has won priority and has given the turn away. Interesting.
So the reason he's done that is because we are in the battle pack in the General's Handbook currently. You can, on turn 3, if you go second in the round, you can burn an opponent's objective. Now, in power in numbers, if you hold an objective for X amount of turns and then you burn it, you score a certain amount of points. Now, what has happened here is this objective down here was burned because of the priority, and it means that the Beast of Chaos player won't score very many points now because they won't have an entire objective to burn, which means they've had to play super aggressive, but they still haven't captured this objective because there is a Daughters of Khaine battle line unit on it.
Yeah, it's really difficult sometimes for these armies to lift off certain units, especially because the output can be fairly swingy, especially from the Dragon Ogres. They've got some pretty good attacks, but sometimes that can not be enough to do the job. And again, they still have to deal with that threat of those bow snakes on the field, and even Morathi.
Yeah, and even Morathi.
And even Morathi. I wonder how many wounds Morathi's got left, but it's going to be really interesting. Morathi's on 4 health.
What?
Wow.
Which means she's going to be surviving for at least another 4 player turns.
Wow. Okay, while we go to the next table, it'll be really interesting to find out if we can get a Ronya watch from our infield reporter.
So this game is going surprisingly well for the Iron Jaws. They've actually managed to do the pin. And it's working out okay, because currently they've not lost everything. And as you can see, there's 9 damage taken on the Bastillodon here, which means that Bastillodon's nearly dead. The Stormstrike Chariot has been charged by the pigs, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see that go down. And then all that would be left is this Bastillodon here and the Stegodon here.
Yes, that's not much left for this army, but as we know, that isn't going to be, as we know, that's not quite enough. We just heard a big shout from the hall. I think some people are fairly excited about their matchups. Potentially, we're still waiting for updates on scores as things go through, but we'll see what the results are. We've got England playing Australia right now. We've got Wales playing France. France
Some big
and
news
France
from Wales versus France, actually. Yeah. We've heard that two of the French-Wales games are over, and France won both of them 20-0.
Okay, so I think that puts the dream dead. 3 of them are over.
3 games gone 20-0, apparently.
Okay, so that actually puts the dream over for Wales. I think of even a podium, but it does put French in this spot to potentially get the French potentially get second place or even a podium, depending on whether or not, even first place.
Yeah.
Depending on if England get the 90 points that they need. Thank you very much for donating 500 bits. That's really, really appreciated. I've subscribed to this channel to point out that Tom from the interview previously was a Mega Gargant. That's excellent. Yes, so just to keep you updated. Oh, we've got a Ronya watch. We'll bring that in a moment. So England need 90 points to take out the tournament and become the World Team Champions for 2022.
Yeah, definitely.
They beat Denmark, the current champions, in the previous round. So they put themselves on a really nice path to victory, having beaten all of the teams that were probably contenders, Denmark, France, and Wales, on their throughput to the final. But Ronya, I mean, you can win the World Team Championships, or you can win the hearts of millions of Age of Sigmar players around the world, and Ronya's doing it right now. Ronya, with her Nighthorn, that looks like a good board stake, because I don't know if you can see a lot of Seraphon on that board.
She's playing against Seraphon, and there's not a lot left. What Ronya did was she pinned the Seraphon army in, but she killed them in the process.
She killed them in the process. The only person other than Emma Mangles that we saw with her Nurgle army to actually do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen Emma do it, and we haven't seen anyone else do it.
No one's pinned, and it actually goes successful. But thinking about it being successful in our game with Italy and France, it is going successfully with the Iron Jaws going into the Thunder Lizards.
Yes, yes. So this was back on table number 3. So it's a UN.
I don't know what I said.
Yeah, so the French B team plus the fella from Canada.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, like
it's a French player.
Yeah, are playing against Italy here. But yeah, Ronya Watch looking really good. So that would put Ronya as a Nighthorn 11-0 at World. Imagine going to the World Team Championships, playing the singles and the team event, not dropping a game.
It's just
it doesn't matter
really,
what army you do it with. Doesn't matter what army you do it with. Right? Doing it with Nighthorn is the dream.
Ridiculous, really.
It's
ridiculous.
It's actually pretty ridiculous. All right, so but thanks, John. You can come back to us now. So back on table 3, we've got some really great matchups here. Really great matchups. And I'm very excited to see Ronya take the event out. To me, it's just Ronya's taking the event out.
Yeah, Ronya wins.
Yeah, Ronya
well
wins.
done, Ronya.
Well done, congratulations. We declare you the champions. Right, table 5. Okay.
Oh, this game's going quite well for the Nurgle. So what they did was they burnt their own objective after, as in response to the Soulblight Gravelord player burning his own objective. The Nurgle player then pushed forward in a really aggressive play to try and pin back the Soulblight Gravelord's army, and it looks like it's being fairly successful. We've seen a lot of the Blood Knights have gone down, so that's quite interesting to see. We've also seen a unit here go down, but the Zombie Dragon, or Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon, is punching back into these Blight drones and have killed 2 of them. We're also going to see the Plusgoyle Blight Lords take this objective over here potentially.
Yes, yeah, that was really Okay, so this objective was a turn 3 burn, tank table boss. I think ultimately we haven't seen. We got the Vampire Lord here against the Flies. These back objectives, as Adam pointed out, it's very, very safe.
And with that top left objective being burnt, it means a Soulblight Gravelord player only has 1 objective compared to the Nurgle 2. And honestly, I don't see how the Soulblight Gravelords player is going to take them off of the Nurgle.
No, I don't think so either. I think the Soulblight Gravelords are going to spend so long trying to push the Flies and the Great and Clean One off this objective on table 5.
And we're currently in the top of turn 4.
Yeah, that's not happening. It's not happening.
This, I think, is going to be a
Nurgle win.
Italy win.
Yeah, this is a Nurgle win. I've really been impressed. Nurgle actually, I've just been asked in the chat if we will be doing a deep dive of the stats from the event. We will. Thanks to the amazing event staff and Tom from the Alliance Open, we will have all the information. So Ziggy is at home and he's crunching all the numbers, and we will have we'll have interesting facts and we'll have some interesting tables for you to be able to check out the world team stat information at a later point. As we know, the T-Sports Network really does think data drives really good information and sporting events.
Yeah.
So we're really committed for that being good, as well as making sure all of the players who are playing feel safe and well. It's been a really kind of tumultuous time for some players, and we're going to make sure that we put a statement out about that, and just to make sure that people. That would be great. That would be great. So we're going out now to talk to Emma from Team America. I'd love to know how her first world event finishes is. I got a load of love for Emma in my heart. So
did she pick up all the hobby points?
Did she pick up all the hobby points? That's important. The winner of Adepticon right now with Luke. Here we go. Let's go.
Okay, guys, here we are. We're out in the field, and I'm here with Emma from Team America. Emma, how's it going?
Fantastic. For my game,
What's
very tight games here.
Tell us about your results, because they're pretty impressive from what we've been told.
It sounds impressive, but with the when you hear the list, 6-0. I had a 17-3 against Poland's Iron Jaws, a 18-2 against the Czech Seraphon list, and then 20-0s against everything else.
So dropping only 5 points throughout the whole tournament. Everyone in the chat is super impressed. Anything you want to say to the chat? Anything you want to say to the guys back home in America?
If my parents are watching, because they have been, hey! But also, Flies are really stupid, so you can nerf them, please.
With your permission?
You have my permission. I want to see other Nurgleists on the table.
So, experience at Worlds. What's it been like being here on the team for Team America? out with guys like Bill, playing against other teams from across the world? What's it been like?
Oh, it's the people here are absolutely phenomenal. Like everybody here has been super friendly, absolutely welcoming. We played the Czech team yesterday. We went out for dinner with them. They were incredible. The local food was great. The weather has been amazing.
Bit warm.
It was a bit warm the one day. In here, it was really warm. Outside, though, after hours, it's been amazing weather. So my experience has been absolutely great. I love my team.
And your team loves you, dropping only 5 points, I'm sure. And we're going to see you at Worlds again next year, hopefully.
Hopefully, maybe.
Hopefully, maybe. Okay, thank you very much, Emma. Huge congratulations. Just I want one more quick question for you. Other than maybe yourself, with the impressive results that you've given in, is there any other MVP on Team America that you want to shout out? Who's been the superstar?
Oh, I can't call out one. I mean, Bill's had a bunch of 20-0s for us. Roger's been holding down. He's got one job. Just don't give up big losses. And he's been holding down, getting close games every time. So it's tough to pick a favorite.
What about the Warhammer assistant, Corey? Tell us about how much of a difference he's made for the team.
Absolute legends. Doesn't even describe it. The man is amazing. You need anything? Corey, he is there. He's already there.
He's already there. The rise of the Warhammer caddies is what we've been seeing about Prague. Okay, thank you very much, Emma. Once again, huge congratulations. And we're now going to go back over to Rob.
Over on table 8, thank you very much to our man Luke in the field. Lovely to see Emma on the stream, and it is great to see a bunch of women playing at the very top level of competitive Age of Sigmar.
Yes,
we've got loads of people here. We've got Liara for Sweden, we've got Ronja for Sweden, we've got Emma for the USA, we've got Natalie playing for Malta. It's
Marcella
really,
also
Marcella
on the
for
American
the USA.
team.
It's really, really good to see them on the tabletop, and like at the start of what seems to be going to be a growing event, but also a growing competitive community that is Age of Sigmar.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's a massive community, isn't it? As you can see, we have 22 different nations being represented.
Yeah. So super happy to see that, and we're big fans of that here at the T Sports Network. Right, table 8. The mess that is table 8 has cleaned up a little bit.
Yeah, I think I can see a bit of more of a clear path right now.
Yes.
Which is that, honestly, it's looking pretty good for the Legions of the First Prince. Because this here, you can see these Brimstone Horrors that are in combat with this Bloodthirster of insensate rage.
Oh my god, he's so mad. He's furious.
He's mildly unhappy. However, there's loads of Brimstone Horrors, and these used to be pink horrors, but they've been whittled down so much that they are now only Brimstone Horrors, which is the lowest level of horror that you can be. Now, best level, but also the lowest level that you can be.
How dare you?
Now, if he managed to,
they're little flame boys, man. What's your problem with
the lowest level of Brimstone Horror that you can be?
Oh god.
Now, if the Bloodthirster manages to kill all the Brimstone Horrors, it will score him 3 victory points, because the pink horrors are what we call a priority target, and they're reinforced twice.
Run away, little bros. Don't stay in that fight. They're demons.
So, we could see 3 points.
Just on their side. They're my buddies.
What about the Legions of the First Prince? Brimstone's horrors. What about them?
I'm on all the pink horror sides, man. I'm on all the pink side. So there's 10 pink horrors at the back here, as well as another unit of 10
pink
blues.
horrors there.
No, I think that's blues actually that have been summoned at the back. Looks like blues, not pinks. But there's pinks here, and then down here there's another unit of pinks. So all these units belong. The units at the bottom belong to the Tzeentch. This unit at the top, or these 2 units at the top, belong to Legion of the First Prince. So a lot of the key units for Legion of the First Prince haven't fallen by the wayside.
No,
I'm
not
a
yet.
little bit disappointed in that.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one for the Tzeentch player to get back, because of there's 3 objectives still remaining. Honestly, it depends who's going to win that turn 2 to 3 priority, because that's going to decide who's going to be able to burn one of the objectives. And I think if one of the objectives on either side gets burnt without being scored, it's going to put the that person in a real point deficit.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. But we'll have to see how this match pans out. Adam, I think it's time for a classic Rob and Adam recount. Yeah, where we go through all the tables.
Adam.
Recount. This is the first time anyone in the world has ever covered 8 tables of anything. Well, at least of Age of Sigmar or 40k. No one's done it before. We're the first in the world to do it. T-Sports Network breaking new ground for
Currently
the hobby
the best in the world.
I mean, we'll be the best in the world anyway, always. Like, we're always going to innovate, push, and move forward as a community and also as a channel. That's literally what we're here to do, yeah? Like, no one's touching us. We're perfect in every way. Right, over on table 1, Adam, let's do a recount. The Fire Slayers pushed into the center. This is what they did. They tried to grab this objective. They've got a Auric Runefather, and they're looking to fight, but unfortunately, these 2 Stegodons we've just seen move towards it, and it looks like they're going to push them off that objective.
They've already taken out 15 Hearthguard Berserkers. Like I said, they had all the buffs up, smashed through them, and now they're eyeing up that Magmadroth and some more Hearthguard Berserkers. I think if they take those out, that's going to be game over, which would mean that would be a potential Italian win. So I think this one's going to go to Italy.
I think this one is going to go to Italy. I think that's unsurprising, but I mean, I haven't seen the Fire Slayers really get a matchup that I fancied over the course of the weekend.
No, not really.
Be interesting to see how Richie from Team England has done.
He's doing really well, but his Fire Slayers list is a lot different because it's more Magmadroth heavy.
Yes, more Magmadroth heavy. A lot of monsters scoring additional points.
Yeah.
Even if you get put up into a bad matchup, you can gain a load of additional points from your battle tactics because you've got a lot of monsters, which I think is interesting. Right, okay, so this is what we got on table 1. So we think we're calling that to Italy.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an Italy
Roberto,
win.
well done. Getting some points for your team. Everyone at home, shout out Roberto. Table number 2. Table number 2. We're over to see what is happening in this Beast of Chaos versus
Daughters of Khaine.
The blood-fueled Daughters of Khaine. Will Francesco be able to beat them, or is Oliver part of Team UN, but secretly a Canadian?
I mean, not secretly. He's got a massive Canadian top on.
It's like a huge maple leaf.
Literally no secret.
He actually has a jumper over the top that's a huge maple leaf. If you take it off, it's a T-shirt, it's a maple leaf.
And then if he takes that off, it's a tattoo
of a maple leaf. That's what I've heard. I can't promise that that's true. How do you think he's doing?
I think once he moves his head, that'll be... So there we go. So I think Morathi here is a real big threat because she'd actually taken no wounds. She's going really hard into this home objective here. You've then had the Dragon Ogres in the top there, be it pushing and trying to take this objective at the top here. One of the objectives did get burnt over here through the turn priority by the Daughters of Khaine, which meant the Dragon Ogres weren't able to score that objective. And now, honestly, this game is so 50-50 for me. I cannot call it at all because there's lots of different plays here because the Dragon Ogres really don't do well against Morathi because she's high rend, high damage.
I think the important thing to remember is that Morathi, the Daughters of Khaine army specifically, being piloted by Oliver, did fail that battle tactic early, which was 3 victory points. They needed to get the 7-inch charge, and that reroll 1 into reroll 1 could be game-changing for a 3-point swing, especially as it allowed that unit of Dragon Ogres to start to be rallied. Then Morathi had to go into a different Dragon Ogre unit, which he took down to 2 Dragon Ogres. And this is this unit you can see here, which is rallied back to 5 Dragon Ogres.
It was.
Which is a command ability that you're able to do to pick a unit to rally them back. Which is now back down to 3 Dragon Ogres because it's been murdered. Okay, over on table 4, though, we have our other Morathi, the Kharadron Overlords, pushing forward. This is our 5-0 Kharadron Overlord Marcus.
And it looks like they're gonna go to 6-0.
Yes, might be 6-0. We see. So he's hoping to use all the prime target points to murder these units. As you can see, he's teleported across the board, grabbed this, but he's killed Morathi and he's reduced these bow snakes down by quite a lot. The points are very close at the minute. We'll try and get that updated, but we're not.
But I do think this is going to go to the KO player and going to be a UN win.
I think it could well be a UN win. We're not 100% certain at the moment. If UN end up getting this, they'll go 5-1, which will genuinely put them top 5, which they'll be very happy about.
Yeah, that'll be super impressive, especially from a team that's come together in the last second. They've been called to arms, come together as a team, and they've smashed it, really.
They've done very, very well. They've done very well. Yeah, so this Ironclad being piloted by Marcus, we lost two. There were two Ironclads in the Celestant Prime. So this one is on full health, and it's facing down a very meager Daughters of Cain army now. We've got some Bow Snakes at the back, another 3 here, and some Shadow Stonkers. But up against the power of a fully unwounded Ironclad, it's very unlikely to see that go down.
Yeah, I do think that those the KO is going to take this just because they're going to be able to kill the Bow Snakes, who are all prime targets. And if you kill the 15, you get 3 prime target points, and if you kill the 10, you get 2 prime target points. So that's going to be 5 points. And then because he's killed the Shadow Queen Marathi, he's going to get another prime target point. So loads of prime target points on offer
and
here.
Prime target points are where some units in the game are slightly too good in game. And what you're able to do is when you kill them, you're able to make it so that once you kill them, you get a bonus point added to your victory points, which could or could not swing. Based on the list submitted here to Age of Sigmar Worlds, it seems to have had no effect on lists that have been designed for Age of Sigmar.
I do think it's had a bit of an effect on games.
I think it's had some effect on games.
Not into Dragons.
No. But it'll be interesting to see overall what we think it might be. Okay, so we're over on to Mark from Team Wales to find out how the matches for him have been going. Over to Mark and Luke right now.
Okay, guys, here we are out in the field, and once again, maybe even for the last time, unfortunately, I'm joined by Captain Positivity, Mark from Team Wales. How's it going, Mark?
Pretty rubbish. We're losing.
Wales are losing, we've been told. So, Mark, can you give us a little bit of a roundup of this matchup against Team France in round 6?
Well, have you ever gone to a friend's house to play poker and you've turned up and they're wearing like really dark glasses, they're like a poker hat, and then you start to notice that they've got all these like poker books in the shelf? Like, imagine that, plus they've got their own little tray carrying food going around and their own streaming crew. So that's what happens when you play Team France.
How have the players found that? Maybe a little bit intimidating?
Yeah, just a little bit. No, but no, genuinely. We heard horror stories, but I think everyone's been lovely, actually. I think
good game.
Yeah, some good games. Like, yeah, they're good. I think that's the big thing. They're just good.
So let's talk about results. We've had a couple of games finish already. What's it looking like for Team France and Team Wales?
So I think France are sort of in it if they win like really big. So they're just absolutely going for it. So the first 3 wins they got, 20-0s. But we've just had our first win now of 20-0 as well. So it's all or nothing at the moment. It's pretty epic.
Pretty epic. Last game, nearly sort of coming to an end. How's it been for Team Wales at Worlds? How have the team found the event? What's it been like?
Well, I'm going to get sentimental now, if I can have a moment. No, it's been lovely. So imagine going to a lovely city with 8 great friends and playing a game you'll love. Obviously, that's not the case in my particular case, but for a lot of the team, that probably is. Yeah.
Oh, you nearly got me in the fields then, and then you spun it around on me. Thank you very much, Mark. It's been a lovely talking to you. We'll see if Team Wales can claw back some points, and damn the French flood, the French tide washing in on the Welsh players. I know Matt has sort of finished his game, so I can't see if I can't. Matt's on my level now that he's sat down, so I might be able to have a quick interview with Matt. Hang on. Now we're ready to have an interview with Matt. Matt Goldsworth, Team Wales, just finished his round 6 against Team France. I think you managed to get a win, is that right, Matt?
Yeah, it's like whatever, but you know.
Who did you play against and how did it go?
I played against the lovely Michael, and we're playing the serious mode now. We're playing the instant win mission. I think it's marking territory. I can't remember what it is. But it was like he was playing 140 zombies. I want to say.
That's a lot.
It's a lot of zombies, but I've got a lot of damage and a lot of skinks.
Kill them all?
Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
And the ones that came back. So I don't know how many that was in the end, but it was a lot of zombies. But really tough because I've got to zone out the grave sites. I can't let him get onto the objectives, and then he won turn 3, so he burnt 1. So I've only got to protect. I've got to protect 1 really carefully. But obviously, I'm just faster than he is, and I shoot, and he walks 4 inches. So
amazing. Well, congratulations on the win. But unfortunately, that's Worlds over for you. You've played 6 rounds at Worlds. What's it been like? Have you got any highlights, any favourite moments?
I've never felt such pain and exhaustion and physical exertion in my life before.
And that's the highlight?
Yeah, and I went to drama school, so there you go. Yeah, it's been amazing. The team's been amazing. I'm so proud of everyone on the team, and all our opponents have been genuinely really, really great to play. Yeah, I can only hope I will be back next year.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much, Matt. Well done for your victory. What's your final sort of postings? How many wins, how many losses?
At Worlds, I've won, 11 games? I've won 9, I believe, and I've lost 2.
Very, very impressive. But have you heard that we might be having an 11-0 with Nighthaunt from Team Sweden and Ronja? How do you feel about that?
I'm not surprised. It's an amazing list, and it's piloted by an amazing player. She's really, really quite something. She's very practiced with it, and I think she's figured out that old book. Shame the list is going to die in now. So, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Matt. Pleasure as always. We're just going to head back over to Rob over in the booth, joined by none other than Matt Mallow in the booth. We've got Matt Mallow in the booth. You love to see it. Over to Rob and Matt.
Hold on, I muted us. Something I've been doing all weekend. Hello, sorry, I know it's one button, but it's been a very. I've done 42 hours of live coverage over the past. It's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. Okay, Matt is joining us. It still says Adam for some reason. You're joining us because
I'm Adam now.
Yeah, you're Adam now. Because Adam has left and flying home right now.
Yep.
So thank you to Adam. He's been wonderful. Make sure everyone tweets him. So how's it gone so far?
It's been really good. It's been a really, really good week. This is game 17 for me now.
Yes.
Since Sunday. It's been a busy week.
Okay.
But yeah, no, it's just been really, really awesome. Played amazing opponents. We're playing against France at the moment. I unfortunately lost my game 20-0 because I was playing Marking Territory, which is the whoever wins turn 3 bio wins 20-0.
Yeah.
And I lost it. So I got 20-0'd. If I won it, I 20-0'd. It's one of those ones. So,
a classic.
Yeah, a classic matchup.
Yeah.
Right?
Thank you very much to Outnot in the chat for donating $124 to the show. I think that's because that's probably how many. That's Outnot is the designer for Claybeast Creation, who designs all the Dragon Ogres that we've seen all over AOS World.
Yeah, no, we have seen them
so
everywhere.
a huge thank you to you. That's doing really well.
If we could stop with all the Dragon Ogres, that'd be great.
Yeah,
that'd be great
could.
for my mental health. That'd be awesome. Yeah.
We have also just heard, by the way, stop designing them.
Yeah. No, not designing them, bringing them is what I mean.
We have
build them, paint them.
Yeah. We're currently covering this game between UN and Italy, but we have heard that Australia did lose to England 8-0. So they got capped, which does mean England are the World Team Championships for 2022.
Yes.
Pretty impressive run, beating a lot of teams. You played against them. How was the match?
It was a great match. No, we had a really, really great time. We didn't do so well as a team, but I did manage to break Stephen Follow's 40. So he played 49 games and he was unbeaten. And then he came against me, and I did nothing and won. So
Okay.
on his 50.
Yeah, good. I'm glad that mic wasn't on then. That's fantastic. Well, do you want to see what's happening in these matches?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they've been
let's
really,
have a
really
look.
fun. Okay, so over on table 1, we've had there you go, you can see it there.
Absolutely.
And I think we'll get some camera views from it's all falling apart. Everyone's too tired. The crew are dying. Adam, who was the linchpin apparently of the team, has gone away. But over on
Adam
table
is always the linchpin.
On
yeah.
table 1, yeah. We've had a recurring theme occur all weekend. We've seen Seraphon sit in a corner.
Yes.
Yeah, so that was the corner at the top, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
And then what we've seen them do is you've seen armies run at them. May they be Nurgle, although Emma actually did do well with Nurgle. Be they Iron Jaws, be they Deepkin, be them literally anything. And then all that's happened is, and I'll do it in red, they would charge like this. This would be the enemy.
Okay.
Yeah, and then they would kill some skinks, and then the Seraphon army would just delete the army, just take it off, and they would just move into the objectives. And this has been repeated infinite times, it feels. I feel like I'm Doctor Strange in the madness zone.
Just keeps going every time.
But in this situation, it was Hearthguard Berserkers moving into the mid-board, and I think that was actually a little bit challenging for them because they started to take some damage on the way, and they hit that Skink Scream, and then the Bastiladons, and those Stegodons are doing so much damage over the course of the tournament. What are your thoughts on the list?
Well, absolutely. I mean, everybody knows that Skinks hit harder than Hearthguard Berserkers, right?
Yeah.
Because they're just dwarfs, and then Skinks are like, maybe like 2 foot tall, I guess, dinosaur lizards.
Yeah, dinosaur lizards, correct,
which are apparently... They're like super hitty, and you've got the threat of curse and things like that. So you can it really has a lot of output. We've seen so many, because I think how many teams don't have Seraphon?
Only one team. Only one team out of 22 teams have got Seraphon.
I mean, that speaks for itself, really.
It does.
I mean,
Stormcast is 22 for 22.
Absolutely, and I mean, even when we did our pairings, trying to pair into Seraphon or like set up lists that can beat Seraphon, it's so hard because they have answers to like most things. There isn't really anything that can stop Seraphon doing what it wants to do. You can try and do it better, or you can try to do one thing better, but generally, there's no real way that you can stop it doing what it wants to do.
No, you can't. You really can't. And it's because it's... and then we've just seen the Auric Runefather or Magmadroth lifted off because of that Stegodon. It's a beautiful model, but it's dead. I was quite surprised by a lot of the Fyreslayer lists that we've seen. Feel like kind of weak links in the pairing process for a lot of teams. Obviously, that hasn't panned out for Team England. They've done quite well.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, they're great in theory, but I guess the problem is unless you've played lots with them and you play them very well, like Richie has for Team England, and very clearly shown that maybe they're not so bad.
Yeah.
But when we looked at putting one in, we just found that there's better options and you can get more coverage with other lists.
Yeah,
I
understand. I think that's a really, really fair point. Right, table 2, I'm pretty certain is a very, very interesting match. This was a Beasts of Chaos army that initially screened out with some Dragon Ogres here. Then the Bow Snakes that you can see here shot into the middle, killed them. Morathi moved in the middle. That got the double, and then Morathi went down here. Bow Snakes shot off this unit, which was the battle tactic of 6 Dragon Ogres. There's this one left, so that's a bit of a spoiler for what happens next. Morathi failed the 7-inch charge, did a re-rolled the 1 into the 1. Yeah, really heartbreaking. Went into another unit of Dragon Ogres and only killed a few of them. Morathi, I think, sat on only 3 wounds at the minute, or might be unwounded, facing off against 3 Dragon Ogre Shaggoths, 1, 2, 3. The rest of the Dragon Ogres here pushed further up in this power in numbers battle plan, grabbed this bat objective. So even though, and I think this is fantastic play by Francesco, even though Oliver has moved forward with, he hasn't lost any of his power pieces, Morathi here, Bow Snakes here, he's actually rotated the board and he's put all of these Dragon Ogres up the top. Beast of Chaos being really, really solid.
Absolutely.
What do you think about this?
The one thing to remember, though, is that Morathi, even though she's here and she's threatening this thing here, it is power in numbers, so she does have to kill every single one of these Dragon Ogres. If she doesn't kill the unit of Dragon Ogres, then she won't control it because she's not battle line, obviously.
Yeah,
and
100%.
they are, and they always take priority.
Yeah,
they're all Shaggoths. Oh, my apologies.
Sorry.
There are
3
Shaggoths.
3
Shaggoths. I apologise. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's my bad.
You wouldn't think it, but there are 4 Shaggoths on the board, which is just wild.
That is wild.
Yeah,
it makes sense, but it's wild.
Yeah.
So not so much then, but they still all.
Okay, so we've just had Ungor come on from the top right-hand corner. Our man John taking a little tour there. So if it had Ungor come on here, potentially trying to threaten the Bow Snakes or even just trying to grab the objective. I mean, the score currently is 10-4, as you can see, with Francesco. The coach for Team Italy said they think Francesco is their best player, which makes sense. How do you feel about Beasts of Chaos as a skill cap army? Do you think it's a difficult army to play, or it's more of an easier army to play?
So I think it's one of those ones that I wouldn't say it's easier to play, but I think it's definitely a list that the more you play the games with it, the better you get. And we found that because we obviously have Owen playing on our team, like the Owen, and he's found that the more he's played throughout the week, the better he's gotten, the better decision making he makes. Because even though you have lots of bodies and you have lots of things, knowing what to summon, when to summon it, where to summon it, and things like when to commit things like Enlighten, things like Dragon Ogres, and what they can take and what they can't take, and staying away before. I've played a few this weekend who've committed before turn 3 and have done nothing. and I've had a few that have played much better and screened with Ungo and things like that, and then hit me later and take off whenever they go into with round 3 and 4. So I really think it's all about the amount of games you've played with them and the amount of understanding you have. I wouldn't say it's a high skill army, but I'd say that it's definitely a repetition army for sure.
Okay, so you need to play a lot of games with it to make sure it's really, really good. Okay, shout out in the chat, everyone, for joining us live. We have had one Sylvaneth player playing this tournament. I don't know what the result is at the minute, but yeah, we saw him play on stream yesterday, playing for the Czech Republic. Played a blinder of a game. Some of the coolest stuff I've seen. I know Matt Mallow is a Sylvaneth fan. You'd be excited to find out more about that. But you guys can watch it back at any point. Okay, you're a Sylvaneth super fan. Sorry, a Sylvaneth super fan. We will be. Okay, brilliant. Okay, over on table 3, this is really interesting because I've been talking about a Seraphon army that just castles up and lets it be hit, and in this situation, Andrea, who's been playing with his Bloodtooth's Ironjaws, actually was able to break into the castle.
Wow, okay.
So we got in, we've got a unit of Ard boys engaged with the Engine of the Gods at the top. We've got one Bastiladon here, but the Maw Crusher is still alive, as well as these Gore Grunters, the bottom left-hand objective, and they are pushing heavily into here at the moment. And the Maw Crusher's still got 15 wounds left.
Wow.
What's your experience? Have you played against any Seraphon this weekend, or is that not really what you've been paired into?
So I haven't played against any Seraphon this weekend. That's actually not true at all. I played one.
Okay.
I played one, and it was okay. I only had one shooting Bastiladon, and into my Lumineth list, it means that they don't have as much. If I can kill that one thing, it doesn't have as much output. But generally, Seraphon, I have to commit into the thing, like you say, and hit the wall, and then just get bounced off and taken off. Yeah. So generally, I try to avoid it like the plague. Yeah. But it really seems like they've managed to get through.
Okay, well, listen, I love your thoughts. We're going to get more thoughts from Matt Mallow and look at these games between Italy and the United Nations, as we've got 44 minutes left on the clock for the Ender World Team Championships 2022. We know England have won the event, and we're waiting to see how France are doing against Wales, unless that result is currently in.
No, we're still playing.
Okay, and then we're going over to our man Luke now, who's going to be talking to the people from Team Finland and finding out how they've enjoyed their experience over there.
Okay, guys, here we are. We are right at the back of the hall. We are here with Antu from Team Finland and Patari from Team Finland. How's it going, guys? How's it going, Patari?
It has been a wonderful day. We won one or two matchups, so going great.
Big smiles from Patari. Antu, how have Team Finland got on at Worlds? I know you've got one or two more games just finishing up, but we're on the final round now. We're in the last stretch. How's it been? How's the experience been?
We took 2 days to warm up, but then it ended up slightly better. Awesome event, awesome opponents. Every game has been a tight game and so on. Pairings have been pretty okay for us. Finland is the first time here in the world, so we're getting some experience and so on. So getting the excitement back into Finland, hopefully.
Every game's been a learning game, right? And we're hoping that you're trying to build that Finnish scene, right? And get more players involved, because we've had to have a few mercenaries over on the team. Hopefully next year we're hoping for a full Finnish team, is that right?
Yeah, hoping, obviously. It's a small player base, so full Finnish team will need 100 reps per participant to get in. But obviously we will attend, and we'll hopefully get as many Finnish people as possible. One of the Finnish people is living in USA, Leo Rautonen, and so hopefully he can come next year, and then obviously we'll wreck it better then.
The call has been issued for the Finnish players. Patari, how did you get on at the Worlds? What was your end results, and have you got any favourite moments or highlights?
Right, so I ended up on 4 wins and 2 losses overall. Lost both of my games on day 2, a bit of a downer, but every single game went to turn 5, literally every single one, so they've been a nail biter, so it's been very, very fun, very fun.
Amazing. Right, one more question for Antu. Is there any shout-outs you want to give, any calls you want to do to the guys back in Finland?
Perkele.
Oh,
Back to us. Thank you very much. We're going to make sure we get those interviews not quite as far away from our receiver. We're getting a lot of static on that, so apologies to anyone who is tuning in and using some headphones, or listening late at night, hoping to find out the dying bits of information from the World Team Championships, the sporting event. I know some people are watching at weddings, some people are watching in hot tubs. There's people all around the world watching. So if you are in the chat and you want to let us know where you're watching from, I personally would love to know. Matt Mallow, when you're watching your favourite tabletop sports stream, what's your go-to setup?
As in, so where I am when I'm watching it?
Yeah, where you are, how do you like to watch it?
So I like to watch it in my bedroom. I have a lovely setup. I have one which is literally set up to watch your stream every day.
Yep.
And then I have one that I use. So every day I have it on and it doesn't go off your screen because I don't use it for anything else. And then it's like at 12 o'clock every day it auto starts.
Yes,
because it stays on. So it auto starts at 12 every day, and every single day. So if I'm in bed at 12, if I'm having a lie-in, I hear the dun, 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 dun. And I'm like, okay, it's time.
It's time to get into the games. Right, listen, this is the really interesting match on table 3. I'm pretty certain, yeah, we're on table 3. Just going to table 4, Karajan Overlords versus Sturts Kane. I think we might have an actual result in for this right now. We know table 6 and 7, we're very close though. That Karajan Overlords force being pushed forward by Marcus into Alessandro. He doesn't have much left. If you notice, those bow snakes in the middle are gone now. There's only these bow snakes left. The Karajan Overlords have got this back right objective. This bow is fully unwounded. And do you know what? I do not mind seeing a dwarven gunboat hunting a unit of elf snake bow ladies. I don't mind it.
Blasphemy.
I don't mind it. I think it's kind of deserved at this point.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, Daughters of Khaine have been around for too long, right? It's time for the KO meta.
Yeah, more of the KO meta. What do you want to see? More guns?
Yeah, I think more guns can be nothing but healthy for the game, I'm sure. No, I mean, more guns sounds great, right? Like, what could possibly go wrong if we give more units guns?
Yeah. Nothing.
Nothing could possibly go wrong, right?
Nothing can ever go wrong. So this is table 4, so we don't have the results, but let's do. Now, Matt, sorry, you're here for a classic Rob and Adam roundup, but now it's a Rob and Matt roundup.
Okay.
So we go through the tables. Table 1, pretty certain that we can call this Seraphon game against the Fyreslayers, although I think we might have just seen that Stegodon lifted by those Fyreslayers, so maybe not going as well as I thought.
That was the
Berserkers took out the engine and the Stegodon this turn after they charged.
Wow, okay, so maybe that could be the game changer.
Ooh, I was about to say that one is going to Thunder Lizard, but it is not. That could well be going to Gustav and the Greyfjord. Go Gustav.
Yeah, wow.
Go Team UN. Amazing. Okay, so we will not be doing a prediction for Table 1.
No, absolutely not.
We're not. Table 2, we will be doing a prediction for this. Looking pretty good for the Beasts of Chaos. They're finally threatening that battle objective. This is power in numbers. So now they're holding that battle objective. Morathi isn't holding this objective. She's a monster. There are 2 monsters holding, so it's 5 versus 5, even if these Shadow Stonkers move on. And I think we've just heard the Beast of Chaos turn.
Yeah, so it looks like Beast of Chaos, they summoned the Ungor and then won the priority. So now they're moving them on.
We're just going to...
20.
Wow, okay, so the Medusa, so we've got some Ungor here, but Medusa have moved round, right?
Okay, wow,
the objective.
So it looks like the 3 Dragon Ogres that were trying to go into the bow snakes, potentially, and trying to clear as many of them as they can. And then the Ungor might soak up the Unleash Hell.
Yeah.
The Dragon Ogres don't have to.
So how's that work? How's the Unleash Hell work?
So Unleash Hell... So the way Unleash Hell works is the first unit that charges... Well, it's any time you're charged, if a unit within 6 can spend a command point to Unleash Hell, and every model within 6, once you finish that charge move, that has a missile profile weapon.
So like a bow?
Yes, like a bow or a gun.
Blowpipe.
Blowpipes. Yes.
a mighty roar.
Yeah, or like the Lawseeker with his little arcane staff.
Yeah, any of those things. There's so many missile weapons.
There are so many different kinds of missile weapons.
An evil stare.
An evil stare. We all love an evil stare.
Yep.
Some javelins. So anytime they come in, all of those models can Unleash Hell. But you can only do it when there's for the first unit that charges within 3.
Yeah, okay, well, fantastic. I can't wait to see how this game plays, because I think Francesco might take this. Tough matchup, but Francesco's played his heart out. Oliver's had some really unfortunate dice rolls to be able to not put him in the position he needs. Interesting, but we're going to go live now to our man, Matt in the field. Luke in the field is going to be giving us the updates from Team Australia. Over to you, Luke.
Hi guys, Matt here out in the field, having a great time. I'm here with Stuart and Sam from Team Australia. Had a bit of a big match, round 6 against Team England. Sam, how did it go, buddy?
Yeah, it was good fun. I played the mission where you need to hold all 4 objectives at the same time.
That fun one.
Yeah, it's interesting. It creates an interesting dynamic, and ended up losing by 1 model, basically. So it's an interesting sort of experience. If I do a stomp that does 3 models, then I can get a 20. And if I do a stomp that does 2 or fewer models, he gets a 20. So it's a good game.
And how did it go for you?
I got 2 models.
So you went down 0-20, yeah?
Got 20. So I ended up 2 and 4 for the weekend. It's really interesting, actually, because you practice for singles, and you get a heap of games in, and you have a particular game plan which is really individualistic. And then you come here and you're operating as part of a team, and all of a sudden that dynamic changes quite a bit, and maybe you're getting bussed, and by you taking a red matchup, that might actually have this cascading effect through the rest of your team as you're doing the pairings, that they get the right scenario or they get favourable matchups, and taking a loss might actually ultimately mean the team gets more points overall, and that's something that's really hard to come
Super interesting dynamic, right?
Yeah. So that's something that I'll think about deeply probably for the next 3 to 6 months. I'll ruminate.
Probably some YouTube videos on it, maybe?
Perhaps, yeah. I'm pretty keen. Some of the Netherlands boys today, they sort of gave me some content ideas, so I might steal those and not credit them. So.
Sounds like a great idea. Sounds like a Rob sort of thing to do. Going over to Stuart, we've got Stuart McCowan, Iron Gutsman. You played the same battle plan as Sam in round 6 against none other than Luke Morden. How did it go?
Well, it was great to play Luke in the final round. We talk just about every day on WhatsApp, so definitely the best final boss I could hope for, and the game was very strange. Luke decided he'd have some fun and choose Bring It Down against my Guo turn 1. And then he rolled Lambent Light, and then I dispelled it. And then instantly his head just went, and he's like, oh, what have I done? What's going on? And he didn't kill the Guo. But then on my turn, I had a bit of crappy dice and didn't kill his foxes and that kind of thing. And then eventually it got to a point where at the bottom of 2, I had 3 objectives on the board, and on that mission it means if you win the next prio and burn 1, then you win the game. I picked up my Nurgle dice, rolled a 5. Luke did a bit of a run-up with his England dice and rolled a 5, which he broke ties, so that means he won the prio, and I didn't win 20-0. So we talked it out, and we decided to rule it a draw because we were going to have equal battle tactics in the grand strategy. So that's how the game went today. Yeah.
Sounds like a classic weird Luke Morton game to me. Stuart, we finished now. World is finished for you guys. How's it been like? What's the experience been like playing for Team Australia?
It's been fantastic. I've had a lot of good games, particularly my game against the Dragons player from Team France. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. But that was a great game.
Paul.
Yeah. I ended up losing that one by a point, but that was a really good sort of game where it was nice and precise, and the chess clocks and that were kind of on. So I really enjoyed that game. I will say with Nurgle, like there's a lot of like blowout kind of matches, and definitely I think the stats will reflect that the army is, especially in teams, a little bit obnoxious in terms of power level, I think. So yeah, but yeah, glad to be here, and it was a fantastic weekend.
Amazing. Anyone you want to shout out? Any shout outs you want to give?
I would like to shout out Jorge from Team Spain because he shouted me out. Unfortunately, we didn't get to play, and even if we did pair into Spain, there's no way he would pair himself against me with that matchup. But maybe next Worlds we can play. Yeah.
Amazing. It's been a great time chatting to Sam and Stuart. We've hung out a bit in between rounds. I've had a great time with these guys, getting to know them. So it's been nice seeing you guys, and we're going to head back over to Adam. Adam's gone. Matt.
Thanks very much, guys. Back. We're going to be getting interviews thick and fast from our man Luke in the field, because this event is winding down. We know who the champions are. It's Team England. We know there's 32 minutes left on the round. We know France, fortunately, have done quite well into Wales.
Wow, it's early days.
It's early days.
Oh, so when I left, so I don't know now because I've left, but when
Okay.
we left, we'd lost 3 with 20-0s, but we'd also won 2 20-0s.
Okay, well,
so it's really anyone, I don't know.
Okay, but there's one story about in Worlds. KO have gone 6-0. That's amazing.
That is good. That is really, really
But
good.
KO didn't go 5-0 in the singles.
They didn't.
Ronja, come on, Team Sweden has gone currently 10-0 with Nighthorn, and somewhere out there, Ronja is playing for the 11. Other
11
people,
was insane.
Other people have done really well. I've just heard that one of our very few Zinch lists, played by the captain of Team Malta, has just gone 6-0 this
Wow.
weekend, which is incredible.
Yes.
The army's in the bin. It's got 42% win rate.
Yeah.
We've just had the update. Ronja has won the hearts. By the way, her name is Ghost Rider Ronja.
Oh wow!
Yeah, we
okay,
also had the
I like
Pedromancer, but that's a different.
Pedro-
You weren't there for that.
Sorry,
right?
yeah.
Ghost
Inside
Rider,
joke, yeah.
Ghost Rider Ronja.
Wow.
11-0.
I'm just sad I didn't bring trees now.
Undefeated.
That's insane.
Isn't that
insane?
How do you rate the Nighthorn army, honestly?
It's so good. So like we played against against Team Sweden, and pairing into Ronja, we were like, no one really beats it. Like there's no real list I can play against it sort of, but like there's no list that can comfortably take it off or beat it in any way, shape or form. And it beat Matt Goldsborough in the singles, who is nothing short of a great player, as we've found.
One of the
and
best
he's playing
in the world,
Sarah
in my
Fon.
opinion.
Exactly. And she's beaten Simon twice, which is insane.
Insane.
So hats off to her. Like she's done amazing.
The chat going wild. The chat going wild for Ronja. We're going over to our man Luke in the field now for an interview with the Ghost Rider Ronja. Let's go.
Okay, guys, here we are. We're out in the field and we've got an amazing interview. We've got Ghost Rider Ronja, is what the chat has been calling you. 11-0 with Nighthorn. How does it feel, Ronja?
Quite good. I haven't understood it myself yet, but I'm sure I'll get there. A few beers or a few rum, and then I'll be in a zone again.
Okay, so talk us through the journey. What's been the highlights of the Worlds run for you?
The highlights. Actually realizing that I can beat Teklis was kind of good, and it being tooth and nail, which is my worst scenario, even better. So that one was great. Also playing Orkman from Hungary in Team Australia. Such a good guy, such an amazing player. I was impressed all the way through our game. So it's what.
He'll be pleased to hear that, I'm sure. So you mentioned the Teklis matchup. Was that your toughest one, or was there anything that was harder than that?
I think that's the toughest one of the event, at least.
And what about so Orkman, was that the most fun matchup that you had in the run that you've just had?
Yeah, but my kind of fun is a bit weird because my kind of fun when I'm challenged, that brings joy. So that was amazing, and that was the closest game on only a 12-8 win. So, it was goosebumps all the way.
Goosebumps. Well, talking about goosebumps, guys in the chat are going absolutely mad. 11-0 in Nighthorn. You must be super proud, maybe even a little bit sad that you're getting a new book. Is that right?
That's right, yeah, because the RMM running won't be viable in the new book, not at all.
But obviously, Nighthorn, low-tier army, right? Is there any words of inspiration that you want to give to those F-tier books and people playing them at home? What sort of tips and words do you have for those guys?
I just play what you think is fun, but have a plan with your army. Like, it could be a B-tier, C-tier, F-tier army. As long as there's a plan involved in building it, it will work.
Is this one of the armies that you've spent a long time sort of working out what your play style is, and does Nighthorn really fit your play style, or have you adapted your play style around that book?
Like, I started August, but then I played Drakeners Condemned for 3 months, realized this doesn't work. I need a faster army, so Hexwraith and Black Coaches and all that fun stuff. Also, I realized I can't play an honest game, which Drakeners Condemned does. Like, you need to actually break armor there. Here, I got mortal wounds for days, and it's how the grind goes.
It's amazing. insights you're giving are fantastic to the guys in the chat. Is there any shout-outs you want to give to anyone that might be watching you at home or anything like that?
I know. No, not really.
Just to all the Nighthawk players out there?
Yeah, for sure. Bring Nighthawk, bring the A game.
Bring
be like, I think it 100% should be the best win rate at Worlds, right?
I mean, we're definitely impressed. We'll get that fact checked for you, but we're super, super proud. Ronya, amazing work, and we're going to go back over to Rob and Math Malu in the booth.
Hello, welcome back. Wow, that has to be the story of the week.
That has
right?
to be like the highlights. You always have that that #1 news press story.
Obviously, congratulations. Obviously, congratulations to England on the win. But that's got to be the story, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I mean, England were probably the favourites going in.
Yeah,
so they've
were.
done amazing to maintain that and to win, and it's amazing. But you can't express just how insane it is to go 11-0 in this field.
In this field,
with these players, with these lists,
with these armies,
with Nighthawk is insane.
It's insane.
It's nuts.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Even an 8 to 10. I mean, 8 wins would have been impressive.
I mean,
any
wins would have been fair enough. If she had come here and got 0 wins, everyone would have been like, yeah, that makes sense. Should have got 1. People would have been like, well done.
That's super okay.
Yeah.
We have a Sanesh army. We have a couple of. We got 1 Sylvaneth army, 1 KO army, 2 Tzeentch armies.
The Sylvaneth, of course.
Yeah, Sylvaneth, of course.
Yeah.
So very few, but absolutely crazy. So well done to Ghost Rider Ronya.
Yeah,
you will live in the history books of the Age of Sigmar competitive T-Sports community. Right, okay, let's go look at some of these other matches, shall we? So let's do our recap. Table 1, we're still not sure, but it looks like we're still not sure, Mathmalo, we're still not sure how it's going. There's only 2 Berserkers, but it's 18-14 to the Fire Slayers. It's
going to be close.
It's going to be very close. Might come down to those battle tactics. Don't forget there is a unit of Fire Slayers on that bottom left-hand objective.
Yes,
you can
true.
see down here. So they're
still
holding
a
on
lot
for
there.
dear life. Okay, no problem. So while we're waiting to find out what happens on that table, table 2, we'll just do a quick little snapshot. Oh my God, the Dragon Ogres charged in. They're into the Bow Snakes. Marathi doesn't care at the bottom here. Oh, it's looking so close. The Stalkers have moved on. We've still got a Shaggoth on, and we've got some Enlightened summon to help with this objective. Oh, this is going to come down to the
These
wire.
are all really close games.
Apart from Francesco, is super up on points, 10-4.
That's true. I think.
Oh, and we've just seen table 5, Nurgle, who we thought they'd been pinning down the Soul Black Gravelords since the beginning of the game, and it turns out they just attritioned their way through the battle, and then that win has just gone. And that is all over. It turns out the Italian player. So let me just double check. Nurgle won it, which means it's gone to Italy. He keeps all of his dice in a sock. That is absolutely very Nurgle thing to do. In the field, more information from players playing at this event. Here we go, over to Luke.
Oh, we've been live for about 10 seconds, guys. That's good, isn't it? We're here with Team Scotland. I was too busy chatting with them. We've got a birthday boy, so we're all a bit excited.
Suki is 40 years old, doesn't he look?
Okay, guys, Team Scotland. Last round matchup against Team Germany. How did it go, Scott?
Yeah, I don't think it's going great. We've got, 3 losses here out of 4, so yeah, not going great. We thought it was reasonable matchups, I think. But yeah, it's not going. I lost my game. It was close. But yeah, not quite enough. I think we're kind of running out of fuel a little bit here now. So
Tell me about it. Results are one thing, but fun is one of the main reasons that we're here. We're here to play Warhammer. We're here to meet people from all across the world. Stu, what's been one of your favourite moments, and what's been the highlights?
I managed to get a shirt from one of my heroes, Lannis. He drinks beer like a legend, and we went over to Tromsø to see him last year, or the year before, and it's really good to get one of his shirts. So yeah, I think that's a highlight. Getting out with the boys, meeting new people. The Germans we've just played now, really nice guys. Tell you what, they know the shit. Can I swear?
No.
Okay. Yeah, they know their stuff. No, they're a good bunch. They're really nice, really polite, efficient.
Efficient. Birthday boy, well, we've been told that one of the presents you've been given is some soft matchups. Is that right?
Well, I would say Patrick's dice gave me all the birthday presents I could ever dream of re-rolling failed charge of 5 inches and then not winning a priority. He just gave me them all. He was really kind that way. So, yeah, no, the game really went my way. I played dragons, I pushed them up, I rolled some dice and I hoped for the best, and I got the 18 too, so it was really good. And Patrick was lovely the whole time, even though dragons can be a bit upsetting to play. No, he was great about it.
Living the dream, right? I've got one more player to interview. Any shout-outs to the guys at home? Any sponsors or anything you want to point out?
No, we've been really lucky. We got lots of really good sponsorship. Callum works for Brewdog, and we managed to get a big raffle with a bunch of prizes. And I absolutely rinsed my work. They won about 12 bottles of gin and bottles of beer and everything, so that was great. So we've been really lucky in Dart Fantastic Mills, Northern Invasion, and Farmhammer podcast as well. And we've just been really lovely, had really good support from all the team back home in Scotland, lots of messages on WhatsApp. It's been good. So
amazing. Well, congratulations to the Team Scotland. Big up the representation for Team Scotland. You love to see it. And we're actually going to go find some more interviews because I think Rob says why not. So thank you very much, guys. Well done.
Can you try and find some beer, please? The whole place is dry. Can't get a beer to drown my sorrows now. So.
Right, find the Scots some beer. Surely the Norwegian guys will be able to help you. Go chat to him. I've just spotted... So if John turns around, I've just spotted a man that we're going to want to speak to. So big up Eric over there. But we've also got Mac. We've just seen him on stream. Mac 6-0 with KO at Worlds. How does it feel, buddy?
Well, it's been a long week. I mean, I played a singles as well where I went 4-1 with some pretty tough matchups, but with another list, which I'm much more comfortable with. But this list is pretty cool. It's a double ironclad with Celestin Prime. But yeah, I didn't expect 6-0 in a team format because we usually threw me out first and they could pair into me. So that's what we did with the team. But the team trusted me, and hopefully we'll win the game as well. Because otherwise, I mean, it didn't really matter that I won 6-0. So
Team UN being a bit of a dark horse, right? Bit of a surprise result. You guys are doing really well. How do you think that the rest of the team are feeling about the results?
Yeah, we're feeling real good. I mean, we expected, I don't know, maybe 3 wins, but we might end up with 5. So. That would be amazing. But I had some... last 2 matches I played against lists I was supposed to play against. I was supposed to play against Daughters of Cain, and I was supposed to play against Luminef. But the other games have been like versus Swamp lists, some bad missions, but I managed to win, and I won pretty big every game, so...
Well, amazing. Well done, Mac. 6-0. Super impressive. I'm sure we'll be hearing about it for a long time after this.
I haven't lost Ironclad turn 1 in the last game.
Doesn't even matter. All right, Mac. Good to you. We're going to keep going because... We saw Eric with his beer. Let's see if we can't have a little chat with him. Let's tap Eric on the shoulder. Eric, hello. We want to put a camera in your face. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
How's it going, man? How have you found Worlds? We're finished now.
Fantastic. It's been super.
Give us the rundown. What's the stories been? Any highlights?
Yeah, I rolled 5 ups like a mother effer this last game.
Nice.
And it actually felt unfair, but I went 19-1 with Nurgle, which is weird. So absolutely fantastic.
And what was your end result in the end? How many wins? How many losses?
I'm on 4 wins and 2 losses, 70 out of 120. So it's perfect for what I was supposed to do.
Exactly. Sounds like a very good result. You should be super proud. What's it been like representing Team Norway? How have the guys found the tournament?
We've been loving every minute of this, apart from the beer service and maybe some of the heat, but
things that are quite important in Norway, right?
Yeah, I find so. It's
amazing. Thank you very much, Eric. Big it up for Eric. I just can't help but look around the hall and see players with huge smiles on their faces. Players always worth talking to. I might see if we can't grab another one with Toby. We're just going to keep going and going until Rob tells us not to. Toby, how's it going, man? We finished Worlds. How has your run been, and any highlights?
Yeah, so actually the singles was quite even for me, but teams was really good. Our team was middle ground, I would say. I won 5, lost 1 only, and my highlight personally was obviously winning against the Mathmello, right?
Called out?
Yeah, called him out. Yeah. So I'm 2-0 against him. Yeah.
Amazing. Anyone you want to shout out back to the guys at home?
I guess I don't have a local gaming club, so not really. Everyone who watches the stream, everyone who supports Rob, I also watch him every single day, especially T-Sports Network. The coverage are great. So I guess just everyone who supports this, because the fact that this is streamed and everything is so incredibly great. I actually watched it before I went to bed even. Got me even more exhausted for the next day, but it was definitely worth it. So yeah.
Well, you're invited to the Honest Wargamer Club. You're part of our gaming club.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Toby. It's been lovely meeting you. John's just going to keep. Oh, we found Ryan from Team Malta. Oh, they just keep coming. They just keep coming. We can't stop right now. We're on a roll. Ryan, Worlds, it's over. Yes. Team Malta, how's it gone? Tell us the highs. Tell us the lows.
No, it was another winter, I'll be honest. It was fun.
All highs?
All highs, yeah. We should be placing somewhere in the middle, so...
Super impressive, to be honest.
Much better than we expected, I'll be honest.
When I first talked to you, you said we're just here for fun. We might even drop out on the first day or something. That's not how it's gone.
No, it was amazing. Last game, we won well the fifth game, so I think we got 3 wins or 4 wins, I'm not really sure. But it's been great. Personally also, it's been great.
And as team captain of Malta, how have you felt about your players' performance? How proud are you of the guys?
I mean, they all did the best they can, I'm sure. There were some players that had to go under the bus, obviously. So,
but not our man Maximus, 5-1 with Gargans, right?
Yeah, he came here to surprise, and he did. He's very happy.
We love to see it. Any shout-outs you want to give to anyone maybe watching back home? I know there's maybe 1 or 2 other players watching.
I want to say hi to everyone. I mean, there's a lot of new players. Let's hope that next year they'll be with us. And I mean, I don't know where we're going yet, but we'll see.
Well, we'll hope to see you here at Worlds.
I think, yeah, you will see me.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ryan. It's been lovely meeting you. I've run out of players to speak to. We're going to see if we can't get any more in a moment. We can just jump back to Rob and Math Mallow for a moment, and then we're going to find some more. Okay? Over to you guys. Oh, I'm being interviewed. Rob is interviewing me now through the headset. Here I am. I'm in Halls. I'm in Prague. A couple of weeks ago, I didn't even know I was going to be here. I want to give a huge thank you to Rob and to Owen Jackson, who was my superstar reference, actually, that got me the gig. It's been an amazing experience for me. I've had some changes happening at home, quit my job, and then here I am. I'm here at Worlds.
Here we go. One moment. Luke, how's it been? This is your first time ever working with the T-Sports Network crew? Tell me.
It's been an absolute dream. It's been super, super fun. Hard work, but it's been amazing. So
just come forward, John. John, just come forward. Let's go.
They say don't meet your heroes, but that's utter rubbish.
You met John.
I met John.
Oh, Mark. Amazing.
Matthew, Mark, Luke and John. The Apostles of Warhammer, absolute dream team. I mean, yeah.
So I know that the audience have been loving your enthusiasm. Like, you've done great. So shout out, because it's a bit, man, it's hard. John's been amazing with that camera. He's done great as well.
His hands all like
I know, he's doing so good. All right, I can leave you to it, but you've done amazing. You should be proud of yourself. So's Mark, but he's got another person for you. So good luck.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Rob, for the interview. And here we are. We've got Thomas from Team Austria. Yeah. How's it going, man?
Yeah, it's going good. Going great, yeah.
So
I just won my first game today, so...
Your first game of the whole tournament?
Yeah, sure.
Congratulations. Huge congratulations to Team Austria. What's the experience been like for team? How's the journey?
We didn't win that many games, but we had very much fun whole time. Met awesome people.
Is that your players over there? Shall we go say hi to them?
Yeah, sure.
Why not? We haven't actually had much screen time with Team Austria yet, so we'd love to go chat to them and meet some of the guys. Hey guys, Team Austria. I'm Luke from the stream. We've been covering the tournament, and we've just realised it's nearly over. We haven't spoken very much to you guys. So do you want to introduce yourself, what you've been playing, and how have you found Worlds?
So, yeah, I played Slaves to Darkness, Host of the Everchosen, in Sixth Circle. And I really enjoyed it. I won 4 out of my 6 games, and yeah, it was really cool. And
amazing. Right, Thomas, what's been the favourite moment? What's been the highlight of Worlds for you?
Dealing damage with Morati's ranged attack. it only happened 3 times, so that was great.
Amazing. Amazing. Is there anything that you want to shout out? Anyone back at home? Any Austrian guys watching that you want to give a call out to?
Every Austrian guy that's watching, especially my my company where I work. Maybe someone is watching, probably not. But if they are, hi.
Hi from Worlds. We're here at Prague. Shout out to anyone watching at home. I am just going to do one more interview because I've spotted someone that we're going to want to chat to. We can't not talk to Marcella from Team America. How's it going?
Great. Things are good.
Little Marathi, we've got the chat. Have been super excited to come talk to you. How's the tournament been? We're over. Give us some highlights.
There's a lot of very hard games. Everyone played really well, but I think my favorite thing was just meeting everyone that I've talked to online for so long.
Any heroes that you've met? Any favorites? Who's it been super nice meeting?
Darren Watson. He's making a new battle tome with halflings as the army, and he's got 3D printable things. So I'm really excited to start playing.
Big up the Feastmasters.
Feastmasters, yeah, Nomad Feastmasters.
They're not halflings, they're gnomes.
Gnomes. He said halflings. He lied to me.
He lied to you. What's it been like playing with Team America? This is your first time on the team, is that right?
Yeah, I learned a lot. We've been training for many months now, so I'm getting better at the game.
And are you happy with the way things went? Are you happy with your own performance? Happy with the team's performance?
Yeah, I think there's some things we need to work on. I think we were hoping to do better, but we're building up the roster and making players better in America. So
amazing. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much. Well done for your result at Worlds. And with that, we are now going to go back to Rob and Matt Mallow in the booth, and we'll find.
Isn't he doing well? Well, my favourite thing, I think, is just the array of people. Everyone on first name terms, everyone just having a really great time. And it's just really showcased that even though it's a competitive event, the sportsmanship here has been really excellent. The French have been wonderful. It's been a lovely experience all over. It's been really nice. I've just had a really nice time meeting everyone here.
Absolutely. So I can only reciprocate those feelings. It's been amazing. I've met so many people. I've gotten so much trouble with my team because they keep going, Matt, where are you? We need you for pairings, and I'm off talking to everyone. I've managed to make a friend in every single team, which was my aim when I came here, and I've just had an amazing time. It's really nice to see so many competitive, like-minded people in a really, really friendly environment where everyone just wants to play and have a great time and play some really fun Warhammer. And it's just been amazing, and everybody's been social, everybody's been doing things together afterwards. Shirt swapping has been rife.
It's a bit of a cultural thing, actually. I'll just cut to this for a moment. It's a bit of a cultural thing where a lot of teams have actually turned up with additional shirts. So obviously this is your fantastic T-Sports team shirt. You look amazing. And a bunch of different people have all got their shirts. And they've also bought extras to swap with their opponents. So they're going to get an extra shirt to take home with them. That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, it's really, really cool. I mean, I've swapped 2 of mine already.
Okay.
So I've swapped one with Toby, who we just had an interview with on Team Germany.
Yep.
And I've swapped one with Lex.
Toby, who's officially in the Honest Wargamer crew now.
Officially in the Wargamer crew.
Officially in the club, Toby.
Yeah.
You're Toby's amazing.
He is
His
amazing.
army's amazing, and he seems like a genius on the tabletop.
He really, really is. So I've played, Toby played loads of TTS, and I've played with Toby in teams on TTS.
Yeah.
And we've never lost a game together.
Yeah.
When we've been on the team. He's insane. Some of the plays he was making with Furies were insane. He was awesome. He was really, really cool.
Hey, listen, we are covering. I feel a little bit bad for the teams with only 8 minutes left. UN versus Italy, but I'm sure they won't mind. But just to double check, as you can see, 18-18 on table 1. It's just too close to call, Matt. We're gonna have to wait. They've got a Bastillodon on the board. Yeah, we've still got a couple of.
Everything is only Fire Slayers down.
Only Fire Slayers in the bottom left-hand corner. We've got some Summon Seraphon in the middle. So close. Table 2, no idea. That Marathi is still alive at the back of the board here. Yeah, we've got the Shaggoths coming forward, the Dragon Ogres returning, but there are no Bow Snakes. And look, the Dragon Ogres and the Ungor dominating the top of the field. This looks like it could be really good for Italy. Okay, we've just had a handshake on 2. Has it gone to Italy? Has it gone to Italy? Has Francesco won? Looking like it. Oh, we also got a big cheer on table 1 for the UN. I'm going to wait to see UN grabbing the chair, having the best time. Wait to see how Francesco feels about it. Looking close.
All the games look really, really close. to
Okay,
what's on the
well,
left.
we'll wait to come back to that. Over on table three, our final matchup. Oh no, we've got two more in attendance. Though it does look like this is again close. Italy with the Bloodtooths currently 10-6. If the score is correct, looks like it could be going very well for them. But again, this is
lot of Thunders
all
left,
about
though.
burning objectives, because this is power in numbers. This could be so close. Got to wait to see what that final result
A lot
is.
of points at the end to get.
This is,
so-
by the way, this what you see now, the hand movement. This is the we're working it out phase of the
Yeah,
Warhammer
definitely.
experience. Wow, table
okay.
2. It was a 1-point win on table 2 to Beasts of Chaos. Italy taking it out. A 1-point win.
1
that is
point.
huge, and that is so upsetting because it will be that charge from Marathi
Absolutely,
that
that failed it.
and got 3 points gone in turn 2. Francesco's going to be gutted. It was a re-roll of a 1 into a 1. He's going to
Not
remember
what you
that
want.
forever.
Absolutely.
He's going to remember that forever.
That's the final play he made in Game 6 of Worlds, and it's unfortunate, but you know, I mean, he's clearly set up for it, and sometimes the dice goes that way, and that's okay.
Agreed. Right, table 8. Table 8, here we go. This is our final matchup. This was Legion of the First Prince versus 40 Horrors in Zinch. This has been a nightmare to work out. Right? Oh, table 3, we've just called an Italy victory.
Wow.
Just to quickly go back,
Okay, so
that's Italy. 2 tables left to call. Table 1, table 8. Italy currently 1, 2, 3, 4 games in the bank, 2 games to call. We're going to our man Luke in the field to get some more interviews. Over to Luke right now.
Okay, guys, here we are. We're here with the cool Dane Casper. How's it going, man?
So good, so good. Amazing tournament. Wonderful to be here. Really enjoy it.
Worlds Prague 2022. What are the highlights, man? What's been the best bits?
Highlight was probably the French Seraphon player rolling 3 6s on the stupid engine.
3 6s on the engine of the gods?
Yeah, and then everything just went bonkers. Never seen that before. That was awesome. It hurt, but it was awesome.
Amazing. You love to see it, but maybe not when it's on the other side of the table.
Exactly that.
Exactly. Okay, we've been here at Worlds. There's 22 nations here. We've been meeting loads of new people, right? Yeah. Anyone that you've been has been super amazing to meet. Any shout outs to the guys that are here that you've been having a nice time interacting with?
So a lot of the people I've met before, it was really nice to meet the UK team. Like really surprised, super nice guys. That was they're really good players and super nice. Yeah, really enjoyed that.
And that was a hell of a game, right? Quite close.
A hell of a game. Like we agreed to take some chances because we had to get a lot of points. Didn't pay off. Like no, didn't pay.
Didn't pay.
No.
Okay. Well, one last thing, Casper. Is there anyone back home that you want to shout out? Any shout outs you want to give?
Not back home. Here. I want to do my coach and assistant coach. Amazing job. Like,
that's Casper
Martin. Yeah, coming here and not playing and supporting the team, making all the decisions. That's so big. Everything. Yeah.
Next year, you're going to need. Have you seen them going around? The Warhammer caddies, the Warhammer assistants. Yeah. America had one. Corey going around with water, drinks, refreshments. Is Team Denmark going to be having a job application out for a Warhammer caddy next year, do you think?
Several. And I hope next year we're going to go to a place a bit warmer. This is, it's chilly.
It's chilly. It's too chilly for Casper. We're going to go back over to Rob.
Hello, welcome back. We've only got 2 days. Casper is a devil man.
Yeah,
it was far too hot here 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And he was still wearing a jumper every round. he played on stream in a jumper while it was
so
like
warm.
40 degrees inside. It was
so
wild.
warm here.
Okay, so just let you know, between the UN and Italy in the final stages, we will be getting the event results after they've done the announcements here. So I'm sure you already see some posts on Twitter. But the T-Sports Network Twitter is where you will be able to find out kind of a breakdown. We will be doing a stats breakdown later on. Probably not tonight, probably not tomorrow, probably at the end of next week, right? Because it's a lot to put together. And also, we need a rest.
Yes.
I might take half a day off.
And you also have to give me your Brotherhood list.
Yes, I also have to do that.
Yeah, you have to do that as well,
I've also got to do that. So Yeah, it's been very, very warm. 2 minutes left on the round. There's only 2 tables left. Table 1, we don't know who won Best Painted. We won't know who's won Best Painted until we know who wins everything else. But if it isn't Toby, I'll be gutted. Although the Beast of Chaos list that was being played by Czech Republic is also easily one of the most technically beautiful armies I've ever seen. Truly stunning.
But does it have a fully printed narrative story to go along with it? Because Toby's does.
No. Table 1, draw. Is that what I've just heard? Table 1, a draw. Now, Luke might well be able to interview our man Matt and Mark, who've been our table bosses in the field. I feel like they deserve a bit of screen time. They've been doing great. Like, that would be super fun to do. Let's see how they've enjoyed this world experience while we wait to find out how... Table 8 resolves, because that's the only table that we've got left. That does put it as Italy, 4 for Italy, 1 draw, and then the UN have got 2, and we're waiting for Table 8.
Okay.
This is Table 8. This is Kairos and the Zinchian Force. Now, there is, we did talk to Ryan from Team Malta earlier, who's got 118 points out of a possible 120 from this tournament with his Zinch army. This Matthew, for the UN, is the only other player who's playing Zinch. I'm not sure how he's doing, but I know he's trying super hard. He's up against Manuel. This is a nightmare game, but it does look like Be'lakor and the Demon Prince have pushed out, so it's looking pretty good. Kairos is down here as well, and I don't know where our Kairos... There was 2 Kairoses on the board. Looks like this Kairos has either left this objective or this Kairos has moved on. I'm not sure which. Yeah, I'm not sure which. There we go. Right, we're going to go and interview the most confusing game of all time. We're going to go and interview the live coverage team and see how they felt about running 8 tables and doing the first live coverage of a tabletop sports team tournament anywhere in the world. Over to the team right now.
Okay, guys, here we are. We've got Matthew, Mark, Luke and John, the Warhammer Apostles, otherwise known as the Stream Team. I'm actually super, super excited to talk to these guys. I've been talking to them all week, and it's nice to have them in front of the camera for once. Matthew, table bossing for 8 tables, how's it been?
Piece of cake, like, really. I thought it'd be a stress, but it's not. It's really easy, and I think we can go to 16 tables next year, if I'm honest.
Makes sense, makes complete sense. What have your highlight been, man? What's the best bits?
Getting free stuff. Like, you know, I haven't played, so maybe I don't deserve free shirts, but I'm not going to lie, I've enjoyed getting free stuff from the teams, and honestly, just meeting everyone. Like, there's so many different communities that have come here because of like our shared love, the shared hobby, and it's just been great to meet everyone. Like, we've met on TTS, and talked on Twitter. There's been so much interaction amongst everyone, and we've just come together finally, and it's been a blast.
It has. Mark, what's it been like, man? Any highlights?
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm pretty new to this game, so like 12 months ago, I'd never knew any of these guys. I knew Adam for my sins, and then I ended up doing LGT, and I got to meet the guys, and then 12 months we're here covering 22 teams, 8 tables, and some of the best Warhammer, you know, you're gonna see, and to cap it off with everybody being absolute stars. And I mean, we've been, you know, as table bosses, we do inherently interrupt the games because we have to get information for the guys at home, and that's totally fair. And sometimes that can be quite frustrating for people, and we can imagine that, and we do try to minimize it as much as possible. But everybody, every single person has been amazing. They've really embraced it, they've loved it, and as a result, I think it's the best coverage that we've ever done.
Amazing. I hope you viewers agree with Mark there. And the man bringing you all the shots, John Scrivo. All hail John's in the chat. John, what's it been like behind the camera? I know the camera gimbal's a little bit heavy, right?
Yeah, well, it keeps, every so often when we're not expecting it, it's gone flat. So I'm there having to physically just hold it together. And so if the camera was shaking, that was literally because my entire body was shaking.
It was your muscles literally vibrating themselves to death.
So it's been a challenge, but I've really enjoyed it. It's nice to not be, because normally I'm sat behind the desk pressing all the buttons, you know, those buttons that Rob keeps mispressing. That's normally me. So it's been nice to get out, but it's also, it's been quite tough because obviously you don't want to get in the way of the players. but also getting those cool shots of the fantastic models was just like such a cool opportunity to get there. So.
Well, guys in the chat, make sure you give John some love. Let them know what favourite shots that we've had. I'm Luke. We've got Matthew, Mark, Luke and John, the Warhammer Apostles. We're going to go back to Rob and Matthew.
Okay, thank you very much to the team. Thanks to Matt, to staring into the soul of everyone who was watching. Been amazing.
That was truly terrifying.
Yeah, truly terrifying. So that's a wrap. That's a wrap on Age of Sigmar World Team Championship 2022. Won by Team England. We don't know who best painted is or best sports yet.
Nope.
We'll find out more about that in the future. We do know that we've got some thank yous. Obviously, I need to thank Adam, who's here. Matt, thanks for filling in for Adam as well.
All good.
But Adam's done a brilliant job. Thanks to the stream team, of course. A huge thank out to all of you as viewers. It wouldn't be really worth doing if there's no one watching.
Absolutely not.
That's important. A big thank you to the organisers, to the AOS Worlds Council, and also to the event staff, specifically Tom from the Alliance Open and everyone else. Adam Slovak and also Matoyas and also GameMat.eu, who've sponsored the event. They've all been really wonderful. So thanks very much. Hope you guys have had fun. What an incredible thing. Like, it's kind of interesting seeing tabletop sports be a thing, seeing the team outfits, seeing the groups in the field. It's an incredible experience.
Absolutely.
And I hope there are many more for many more types of tabletop games. MCP World Team Championships, Star Wars Legions Team Championships, like 40k Team Championships. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
It just feels like the perfect way to play these games. And I've really enjoyed it. You got any final thoughts?
It's just an insanely amazing environment to be able to come to this place, and you're only here for Warhammer and socialise. That's the only two things you're here for. There's nothing else. It's just a really unique experience, and it's like amazing, fully amazing.
Yeah. Anyway, a final shout out to everyone who's ever supported the Honest Wargamer, the T-Sports Network, helped to get to where we are now. Big shout out to Ziggy, who's been helping us produce loads of graphics, so you guys can keep updated with the information. I think that's all the thank yous, and with that, I'd just like to tell everyone who said it that I could never do this a big fuck you. Thanks for tuning into the T-Sports Network. You're the best, and we'll see you guys soon.